Chapter 212. The Emperor Jade in Yifan's hand was a little warm. He carefully put it away and looked back at Mystic Moon Cavern before disappearing into the horizon. He returned to Qingxia and found that he couldn't go into seclusion even if he wanted to. The Fire Sect, Sunset Gate, and Seven-Star Pavilion couldn't hold back and seemed ready to attack at any time. He had just taken down Qingxia and these sects wanted to pick the fruits of his labor, robbing him midway. This made him feel quite displeased. The Fire Sect has come to visit, a Qingxia disciple transmitted. Fight them out. Yifan didn't wait for the three elders to say anything and directly ordered. It's the eldest disciple of the Fire Sect. Do we fight them out? The disciples looked at the three Qingxia elders, troubled. What's so great about the eldest disciple of the Fire Sect? If we chase them out, we won't see them. Yifan waved his hand. That isn't very good. The three Qingxia elders got up and patiently explained. The Fire Sect is very strong, no weaker than Mystic Moon Cavern. Don't tell me they also have an old monster like the highest sect leader. Yifan looked at the three. One of the elders smiled bitterly and said, in fact, they have two old monsters. They were already at the third level of the Holy Ji Palace 8 years ago. And it's not just one, two of them jumped out at once? Yifan was speechless. He had just stabilized Mystic Moon Cavern and now the Fire Sect had come. The eldest disciple of the Fire Sect, Du Chengquan, requests an audience. A leisurely voice came from the mountain gate and reached the main peak of Qingxia. They really think we are weak. They dare to stand outside the mountain gate and disturb the peace of Qingxia. The three elders were angry. For a sect, this was a very rude action. First it was Liu Ran, and then it was Du Chengquan. Such a transmission was really looking down on Qingxia. They have already seen the truth and are no longer afraid. Yifan sneered and then revealed a look of surprise. The sects around you are all so ambitious. With a powerhouse at the third level of the Holy Ji Palace holding down the fort, I really don't know how you survived. Qingxia also has such a powerhouse. What? Yifan was shocked. A few months ago he went berserk and passed away. An elder smiled helplessly. So in this way, if I came a step earlier, then I might have perished? Yifan rubbed his chin as he'd slightly underestimated Qingxia. The eldest disciple of the Li Fire Sect's sect leader, Du Chengquan, requests an audience. The leisurely voice rang out again. This time, it was clearly nearer. Let him in. Yifan sneered. He then stood up and said, I'm going to call a friend. A moment later, he appeared in the guise of the heartless Taoist Duanda. The three elders of the Green Dawn sect looked at each other in dismay. They opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something, but no words came out. Not long after, the eldest disciple of the Li Fire sect arrived at the foot of the Green Cloud main peak. He didn't ascend the stairs but flew straight up. This was also a form of contempt. If the sect was strong enough, the mountain bearers wouldn't dare to casually fly within the sect. When he arrived at the main peak, Du Chengquan didn't give the courtesy of a junior. He clasped his hands in a very perfunctory manner and said, Greetings, seniors. My master has asked me to deliver a letter to your sect leader. The sect leader is in seclusion. You can leave the letter and we will deliver it. The elder of the Green Dawn sect said in a low voice, That won't do. This is a matter of great importance. My master has repeatedly told me that I must personally deliver it to the sect leader. Du Chengquan shook his head. Isn't it the same if we deliver it? This is the Green Dawn sect and the sect leader is in seclusion. Do you think he would come out just for you? An elder of the Green Dawn sect said with a sullen face. He felt very unhappy. Du Chengquan's face revealed a trace of arrogance. He said, This is the sect leader's letter. Naturally, the sect leader has to personally receive it. No one else can. What nonsense are you spouting? Yifan sneered. He stretched out a large hand that turned into a millstone and slammed it down. Bang! This was a very heavy blow. With one slap, Du Chengquan's entire body was slammed to the ground. Many of the bones in his body were broken. Who are you? How dare you attack me? You should know that I am here on behalf of the Li Fire sect. Are you trying to start a war between two sects? Du Chunquin's mouth was bleeding. He climbed up with difficulty. His arrogance was somewhat restrained, but he still seemed very confident. I am Duanda. Yi Fan reported his name. Where are you from? Why did you attack me for no reason? Du Chunquin stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his eyebrows. He was the eldest disciple of the Li Fire sect. He was proud and arrogant. He had never been humiliated like this before. Go back and tell your sect leader that my master is staying in the Green Dawn sect. I don't want small fries to come and annoy me. If you haven't cultivated to the third secret realm, 4 extremities, don't come and die. Yi Fan swung his palm again. The millstone-sized palm covered Du Chunquin again and slammed him down the main peak of the Green Dawn sect. He used the 9 secret offensive sacred technique and left a very special injury on Du Chunquin's body. If Du Chunquin were to investigate, he would definitely be shocked. Taoist Duan Yu, the elder of the Azure Mist sect, was truly speechless. This person was even more fearless than the young Devil King. He had even sent the eldest disciple of the mythical fire sect flying. Don't worry. The more you lower your voice, the more they will attack. Yi Fan sneered. I am sure that after seeing Du Chunquin's injury, they will not dare to attack. Reporting to the elders. The disciples of the 7 Stars Pavilion and the Sunset sect are asking for an audience. Let them in. Yi Fan waved his hand. Master, you can't be thinking of... The 3 elders of the Green Dawn sect asked in a low voice. Sure enough, it was just as they expected. Yi Fan called those 2 over and directly gave them a round of slaps, beating them until they wailed like ghosts and howled like gods. He slapped them until their bones were broken and their tendons snapped, and then he chased them out of the green mist. The disciples of the Green Dawn sect looked at each other. Which Taoist temple did this master come from? Wasn't he too fierce? If I don't beat them up, I won't be able to vent my anger. Do they really think they are the Holy Sun? Running to me and telling me what to do. It is good enough that I left them alive. Master, you are too direct. This will cause a big mess. The 3 elders were frightened. It was to solve the problem that I beat them up. Yi Fan had no other choice. He could only do this. Otherwise, if he showed weakness, he was sure that the Green Dawn sect would be destroyed immediately. Others pretended to be pigs to eat tigers, but he had no choice but to pretend to be a tiger to eat pigs. He had to show that he was strong enough and bring up a non-existent master to temporarily intimidate the other party. I am going to ask some friends for help. I will be away for half a month. I believe they will not dare to attack during this time. Yi Fan decided to find a place to go into seclusion. Master, if you leave like this... The people of the Green Dawn sect were a little dumbfounded. It's fine. Don't worry. I will go to those 3 sects and suppress them. On that day, Yi Fan left again. He went to the mythical fire sect, the 7 Stars Pavilion, and the Sunset sect. He was very high profile, as if he was the successor of a holy land. Of course, he did not dare to go in. He only strolled around the mountain gate. He did not want to take risks. It would be troublesome if he was blocked by those old monsters. Even so, the 3 sects were shocked. They felt that the Green Dawn sect might really have a cultivator from the 3rd secret realm. Otherwise, this unscrupulous Taoist would not dare to do this. Before Yi Fan went into seclusion, he went to Flat Rock City. He needed to understand the situation of the Jade Lake Holy Maiden so that he would not miss her. He was surprised to find out that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden went to many cities. It was very likely that she would return to the Jade Lake soon. Why are things happening at the same time? Yi Fan was a little helpless. If he went into seclusion, he might miss this opportunity. After asking around, some people said that this was a rumor. In fact, it was very likely that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden would go to the Origin Ancient Mine. What is she going to do outside the Origin Ancient Mine? Which news is true? Yi Fan could not be sure. Looks like I have to go there myself. He did not want to miss this opportunity no matter what. It was the safest to be invited by the Jade Lake Holy Maiden because he was good at identifying stones. Otherwise, it would be very easy for him to be exposed if he sneaked in. Yifan was as fast as lightning. After a few days, he arrived at an ancient city called Kunyan. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden had already reached this place. Kunyan City was located in a barren land. The oasis here was not big, but there were many legends. The locals all believed that there was an ancient deity protecting them. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden had already stopped here for more than half a month. This puzzled people. They did not know what was so attractive about Kunyan City. Now, his followers had reached an extremely shocking level. Many young geniuses followed him, and more of them followed him. It had to be said that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden's charm was too great. The Jiang family, Ji family, and Alcade Kingdom all had young disciples following her. There were even princes from the Central Plains. *T. I heard that the Central Plains has no holy lands, but there are dynasties that have existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Those who are bestowed the title of princes are all extraordinary people. Why would they come from the Central Plains to the Eastern Barren Northern region for a woman? Yifan shook his head. He did not believe it. He was already inside Kunyan City. The cultivator who said this glanced at him and said, "Fat Taoist, you are too out of touch with the news." "How so?" "It is absolutely true. Even though the princes did not come from the Central Plains, they are close. They should have appeared in the northern region's holy city, but because of the Jade Lake Holy Maiden, they came here." Yifan touched his chin. Did the Jade Lake Holy Maiden really have this kind of charm? How beautiful was she? He could not understand why the holy sons of the great sages' land and the princes of dynasties that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years followed her. "Isn't she just a woman?" He mumbled. "Fat Taoist, you are a monk. It is hard for you to understand. However, if you see the Jade Lake Holy Maiden's true appearance, you will probably return to secular life. I am not that unbearable. Even if the goddess of the ninth heaven descends, I will only treat her as a normal woman. I will not worship her." This Taoist has a point. Isn't she just a holy maiden? When I am in a good mood, I will take her as my concubine, a bearded young man said. Yifan could tell that this bearded man was definitely a bandit. He looked too much like a bandit. He was probably the descendant of a bandit. The people at the side all ran away with a hula sound, leaving only Big Beard and Yifan. "Taoist, I like your words. How about we find a place to have a drink?" The bearded young man invited. Being called Taoist, Yifan could only nod. Who asked him to disguise himself as Duanda. The two of them went to a restaurant and ordered some dishes. The bearded man said, "Let's eat first. I will have friends coming later. Let them order more." The bearded young man was very forthright. He clinked glasses with Yifan and drank 18 bowls of strong liquor. "Great!" He wiped away the alcohol on the corner of his mouth and laughed. "Are you a Taoist? Why are you not afraid of pork knuckles or roasted lamb? You really are a Taoist who drinks and eats meat. By the way, I have not asked for your name." "I am Duanda. My Taoist name is Wuliang," Yifan answered. "I am indeed fated with you. Not only do I feel like I have seen you before, but even your name sounds familiar." The bearded young man had a leopard's head and round eyes. He was tall and burly. He laughed and said his name. "I am Wu Zhongtian." Yifan was moved. Wasn't the fifth bandit in the north region called Wu Dao? This great man with a bandit's aura might really be a descendant of that bandit. The fourth bandit was the Green Flood Dragon King, a famous expert of the demon race. The seventh bandit was Tu Tian, who possessed the weapon of the great ancient emperor. Wu Dao was ranked fifth. He was in between the two. His supernatural power was extremely high. His descendants must be super powerful. In fact, Yifan already felt that the other party was unfathomable. He had a bold and heroic personality. He was a person worth befriending. As expected, Yifan's guess was confirmed after a short while. Tu Fei entered the restaurant. Behind him were a few valiant young men. They had met at the Jade Pool Immortal Stone Square in Flat Rock City. They were all descendants of the great bandits. This was a gathering of small bandits. None of them were easy to deal with. They were not much weaker than the Saint Children. Hey, who is this Taoist grandpa? How come I have never seen him before? One of them asked. Tu Fei gulped down a mouthful of wine and asked, Brother Zhongtian, who is this Taoist grandpa? Introduce him. Obviously, Wu Zhongtian had a certain prestige among these people. After gulping down a big bowl of wine, he introduced, I just got to know this Taoist grandpa. I feel like I have met him before. It must be fate. His name is Duanda, and his Taoist name is Immeasurable. Yeah, the name sounds familiar to me too, Tu Fei muttered. Yifan felt strange. How could this wicked Taoist have such a wide circle of friends? Not only was he doing well in the South region, but he could also travel through the void. Could it be that he had connections in the North region? If that was the case, it would be too unusual. It should be known that it was too difficult to travel such a long distance. The space gates were controlled by the Holy Lands. Brother Zhongtian, the more I think about the name Duanda, the more familiar it sounds. I remember you cursed him 8 or 9 years ago. Next to him, a descendant of a great bandit mumbled. Wu Zhongtian seemed to remember something. He rolled his eyes, gazing at Yifan. He said angrily, I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Holius H*T. Turns out it's you. Do we know each other? Yifan felt the situation wasn't good. Before he could make the wicked Taoist a scapegoat, he had to make the wicked Taoist a scapegoat first. Although I've never seen you in person, I've seen your portrait. If I burn your bones, I can recognize your ashes. Wu Zhongtian was flustered and exasperated. He shouted and asked his people to surround Yifan. He pointed at him, his fingers shivering. Holy *T, you bastard Taoist. You have guts. You even dare to rob my great-grandfather's grave. My grandfather said that if he caught you, he would imprison you in the absolute beginning ancient mine. The corners of Yifan's mouth twitched. This wicked Taoist was a bastard. How could he dare to provoke anyone? He even dared to rob the grave of the 5th great bandit. It was like provoking a thief's ancestor. I say, everyone, this has nothing to do with me. Yifan complained. This was a huge scapegoat and he definitely couldn't take it. He cursed Duanda inwardly. He was too lacking in morals. Wu Zhongtian was enraged. He thought they knew each other. He thought it was fate, so he treated this bastard to a feast and a bowl of wine. He didn't think that they had a grudge. He slammed the table. I say, you wicked Taoist, you're too wicked. Even though Zhongtian's ancestor is an almighty expert, you shouldn't just rob randomly. If this spreads out, how will Grandpa Wu Dao, the 5th great bandit, feel? Tu Fei squinted, adding oil to the fire. At the end of the world, in an unknown historical site, the fat Taoist Duanda sneezed 3 times. He cursed. Who's cursing me? Don't let this Taoist know. Otherwise, I won't let you off. At this moment, Yifan was speechless. This wicked Taoist had committed so many sins. Seeing a group of small bandits wanting to skin him alive, he hurried to explain, I'm not Duanda. I have an old debt to settle with him. He had to show his real body. If he delayed any longer, he would be torn apart by these bandits. Genius, brother? I say, are you real or fake? In our line of work, when did we have such an all-rounder like you? Chapter 213. You think I won't recognize you if you change your appearance? If I peel off your skin, I will recognize your bones. Wu Zhongtian was tall and sturdy. His beard shivered, making him look like a male lion. Light shot out from his eyes. Tu Fei circled around Yifan twice, laughing. I also think you look like that evil Taoist. Don't be fooled by your change of appearance. I'm sure it's just a camouflage, unless you show me the proof. Yifan flung his loose Taoist robe and said, Brother Tu, you are purposely making things difficult for me. Others might not be able to recognize me, but you should be able to. The 2 of us have met before at the Alcade mine. This man does have some tricks. His appearance changed in just a blink of an eye. At first glance, I know he's a habitual criminal. He's prepared to do bad things, screamed a descendant of a great bandit. Tu Fei laughed evilly. It's simple. You take out the dress of the Jade Lake Saintess and show it to us. It's enough to prove it. You! Aren't you mean? You don't have anything to lose. Yao Shi is the one who should be mad. Too bad she's not here. Tu Fei grinned, talking to the bandits around. You guys don't believe me. You think that Yao Shi is an arrogant woman who doesn't belong to this world. Today I will show you. Really? You mean he's not Duanda? The other bandits didn't believe him. Yifan didn't have any bad habits. He took that dress to enrage Yao Shi at the critical moment to save his life. He didn't take it out. His bones cracked as he turned into Tu Tian, the seventh bandit. Tu Fei, don't be naughty. Tu Fei. I hashtag at Yen Yen hashtag. The other descendants gawked and dropped their jaws. Then they laughed crazily, pounding the table. Hey, we can't do that. Little brother Yi, change back. Tu Fei couldn't sit still anymore. Now, do you believe that I'm not Duanda? Yes. I knew you weren't Duanda, said Tu Fei gloomily. The other young bandits knew that the one in front of them wasn't an evil Taoist. They laughed unceasingly. Wu Zhongtian also sat back down and stared at Yifan. You really burned a grand elder of the Ji clan to death? I was just lucky. In the surroundings, these great bandit descendants were extremely well informed. They had long heard of this, and when they heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. I say, little brother Yi, did you really take away one of Yao Shi's clothes? Another bandit asked. How do I say this? I accidentally obtained one. As soon as he said this, the people in the restaurant immediately howled. Their eyes shone with green light, and they were all extremely excited. The other people in the restaurant had long since fled in fright. Everyone had already vaguely guessed that these were the descendants of the 13 great bandits, so they all fled without a trace. Heavens! Yao Shi is so pure and holy. Yet, there's no justice in this world. I say, little brother Yi, you really hurt my heart. Why are you sad? I'm happy. She and that saint's son had chased me and Tu Fei for 3,000 miles. Now we can vent our anger. Some hot-blooded bandits banged the table and howled unceasingly. I say, little brother Yi, sell that dress to me. I'll give you 100 pounds of source. I'm going to show it. If I don't make that arrogant little girl vomit blood, I won't be able to swallow it. A bandit tried to get close to Yifan, giving him a big bowl of wine. I'll give you 500 pounds of source. I want to sell that dress in the sacred city, said another bandit. Why do you want to sell it in the sacred city? Just sell that bra to that prince from the center territory. We'll take advantage of him. If that's the case, it's hard to vent our anger. We should auction the Saintess bra in the northern territory and invite all the young talents. We can even send invitations to some bad elders. This group of small bandits was getting worse and worse. From their attitude, they wanted to beat Yao Shi so badly that she would never be able to rise again. Guys, you guys are too mean. How could you come up with such an idea? Yifan was in a daze. These people were really a bunch of bastards. The Saintess and son of Yaoguang are too hateful. Not long ago, they teamed up with many strong cultivators to attack us. They almost killed us. Of course, we have to teach them a good lesson. Don't hurt me. Yifan knew he couldn't compare to them. These people all had a grandfather called Niu Shisan. Even if they got into trouble, they would have people to support them. If he dared to auction Yao Shi's bra, the Yaoguang sacred land would kill him at all costs. What are you afraid of? You'll be with us in the future. You think you'll be afraid of that little girl? If I'm with you guys, who can give me an ancient scripture to cultivate? Who can provide me with 1 million pounds of source? Yifan murmured. Little brother Yi, you're too greedy. There are only a few ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren Territory. 1 million pounds of source. Can you ask those sacred grounds if they can afford it? Come, let me introduce them. Wu Zhongtian introduced the people present. This man is called Lu Ko. Wu Zhongtian pointed at a wild-looking young man. He was the grandson of the sixth bandit, Lu Feng. Yifan didn't know what to say. This name was too strange. Weren't they roving bandits? They could be compared to Tu Fei. This is Li Heishui. Wu Zhongtian pointed at a dark-skinned young man with a strong body. He was the grandson of the eighth bandit, Li Heng. This name was also strange. Heishui, it sounded like a bad black water. Shi Yan didn't know if those bandits had discussed this before. Tu Fei was indignant. I know what you're thinking. We don't have a solution. Those old men sat together and made some jokes. Then our names were decided. Yi Fan's mouth twitched. It was his bad luck to have such a grandfather. He's called Jiang Huairan. Wu Zhongtian pointed at another young man. He was the eldest grandson of the 9th bandit, Jiang Yi. He came from the remote antiquity family, the Jiang family. Of course, this branch of his had rebelled a long time ago. They had become the famous bandits. That year, they had shocked people so much that their jaws dropped. Yi Fan felt that this name was passable. It was still considered normal. Unexpectedly, people around him laughed. Jiang Huairan was upset. He poured himself a big bowl of wine and drank it all. His grandfather is noble and virtuous. He doesn't want to follow the crowd. He decided to give him a meaningful name. Jiang Huairan is a bad guy, right? He's a bad guy, explained Tu Fei. Yi Fan was speechless. How could it be like this? Tu Fei, Lu Kou, Jiang Huairan, Li Heishui. When these 4 names were linked together, Shi Yan had the urge to laugh out loud. However, he had to hold it in. These names were too artistic. Speaking of this, only Wu Zhongtian's name was acceptable. However, his aura and appearance were the same as the other 4. At first glance, Shi Yan knew he wasn't a good person. If he went out for a walk, he could silence the streets instantly. Little brother Yi, do you have any plan? Asked Wu Zhongtian. Tu Fei said, Why did you come to Kunyan Ancient City? This place is remote and poor. Besides the occasional evil spirits, there's nothing special here. I want to know something. Does the Jade Lake Saintess want to return to her sect? Asked Yi Fan. Li Heishui howled like a wolf. You're a beast. You've just taken the Yaoguang Saintess bra, and now you want to snatch the Jade Lake's fairies. I say, little brother Yi, you should have some conscience. You're too much. Do you want to capture all the Eastern Baron Saintesses? You shouldn't be greedy. You should be satisfied with the Yaoguang Saintess, shouted Lu Kou. Pervert Yi, no matter what, you're one of us. You shouldn't cross the line. Do you want to cut off the future of your brothers? Tu Fei grumbled. Jiang Huairan was calmer. We can't be like Yi Fan. You guys forgot some. In fact, I don't only want to capture the Eastern Baron Saintesses but also the pearls of the remote antiquity families. I also want to capture the princesses of the immortal dynasties that have existed for more than 100,000 years. I want to build a big harem. You're a beast. 1 hour later, they had eaten and drank to their heart's content. They walked out of the restaurant while talking and laughing. Yi Fan's body cracked, and he turned into the 7th bandit, Tu Tian. Tu Fei was irritated. We're friends. If you take advantage of me again, I'll be angry with you. Yi Fan thought for a while and felt that it was too risky to pretend to be an evil Taoist. This bastard had done many bad things. If he turned into Tu Tian's appearance, he might become a scapegoat for him for no reason. Eventually, his joints cracked and his body changed. He turned into a Taoist wearing a fluttering feather robe. His face was like jade, and he looked like an immortal. He looked like an otherworldly being. Kunyan Ancient City had a long history. The stone slabs on the streets were dented. It was hard to tell how old it was. People in this city believed in the immemorial gods. They thought that there was a god guarding this place. The Jade Lake Saintess had stayed here for half a month. People thought it was related to this place. They walked toward the Jade Lake Immortal Stone Square. These small bandits were not easy to deal with. Wherever they went, it would not be peaceful. Yi Fan knew that these people were plotting something. It was very likely that they would poke a huge hole in the ground. However, he was not worried. He was not afraid of being marked down when he walked out in his current appearance. The Jade Lake Saintess is about to leave this city, Wu Zhongtian said. I really want to kill the Alcade Saint as soon as possible. Li Heishui was furious. That guy is too strong. Once he uses the sacred light technique, he is almost invincible among his peers. Even the divine body might not be able to suppress him. We can only make him vomit blood first. If we want to kill him, we have to let the old guys do it. Even though the Jasper Lake Immortal Stone Square was within the city, it was elegant and tranquil. Ancient trees, fallen leaves fluttered in the wind. Flowing water gurgled. A small bridge lay horizontally, and stones were arranged in picturesque disorder. Since it was the last few days, the Jade Lake Saintess was about to leave. Thus, there were many people in the immortal stone square. However, no one was shouting. They were all discussing in a low voice. The Alcade Saint is going with the Jade Lake Saintess. It seems like they are going to the absolute beginning ancient mine. Tu Fei's eyes sparkled. Little brother Yi, I'm begging you. Sell me that bra. I really want to sell it here, said Li Heishui through his gritted teeth. Yao Shi's beautiful black hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was so beautiful that it could suffocate people. She was as bright as the moon. Standing in front of them, she looked like a misty cloud. Her long dress dragged on the ground, outlining her graceful body. The Alcade Saint's son was also in front of them. He was like a proud sun with a gold halo moving around his body. Each of his moves attracted people's attention. He was like the son of God. Li Heishui and Tu Fei had to suffer a lot under their hands. They were almost killed. They had to escape from death's door. The Alcade Saint's son is really intimidating. When he uses the sacred light technique, no technique can harm him. He's invincible indeed. Tu Fei sighed. Even the strongest attacking technique can't work on him. Didn't we invite Zhongtian Ji? We can subdue him, said Li Heishui coldly. I'm afraid I'm not his equal opponent. We're not here to kill him today. We're here to release the mist. Don't act rashly, warned Wu Zhongtian in a low voice. Don't worry, we won't look for trouble. Where did little brother Yi go? How come he disappeared? Asked Zhang Huiran. Beast, beast. That kid is so young but he's a beast. Guys, look. He's aiming at the princess of the Xia dynasty in Central Plains. I didn't wrong him. He's going there, screamed Lu Ko. He shouldn't cause any trouble. The Xia dynasty has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. It's unimaginably deep. A powerful prince is there too, muttered Li Heishui. In front of them was a young man. He was protected in the center like a moon surrounded by stars. The golden armor on his body radiated dazzling light. It was the prince of the Xia dynasty. He was handsome and heroic. Dragon Qi twirled around him. His cultivation base was unfathomable. Yifan wasn't aiming at him. He was aiming at a girl next to him. She was dressed in white and looked pure. She had a special charm. Yifan wasn't moved. He was excited. Although this girl was pure and beautiful, the real reason he was attracted to her was that she was a nun. Of course, he wasn't interested in her. It was her identity that made him excited. He couldn't calm down. She was a follower of Buddhism. He wanted to ask her if Buddha was in this world. Chapter 214. Beast, beast. This kid didn't even let go of a nun. Li Heishui howled. That's a little nun. She's only 15 or 16 years old. What a beast. Tu Fei also widened his eyes. You can't be like Yifan. He's so young, but he dares to touch a nun. We're ashamed. Lu Ko watched without blinking. This kid doesn't care about meat or vegetables. That's the princess of the Xia dynasty. Zhang Huiran was speechless. Wu Zhongtian was a little worried. He walked forward, afraid that Yifan would cause a disaster. An immortal dynasty like that was even more terrifying than a holy land. That's the princess of the Xia dynasty. She was born with the Buddha flower and became a Buddhist. Though she's a nun, she's still the emperor's favorite daughter. This guy shouldn't mess around. The five of them walked forward, keeping a close eye on the area ahead. How could Yifan not be surprised? He had heard that there was Buddhism in the West Desert, and there were even monks in the Central Plains. He had wanted to find out. The Buddha came from the other side of the universe. He was a figure from 2,500 years ago. They came from the same place. He wanted to know if this Buddha was the one in the Tempest Temple and if he came from Earth. If he was, he would have one more hope. He wanted to know everything. If the Buddha was a sage who could cross the universe, then he would have hope to return to his hometown. Even though he could fly in the sky and dig underground in this world, and he had great power, He would rather be immortal and enjoy the warmth of his home than live like this. Sakyamuni, a figure from 2,000 years ago, had founded Buddhism. It was extremely prosperous and had a great influence on the later generations. In the past, Yifan only thought that he was an ancient person with great wisdom. He had never thought of him as a god. He thought that the so-called Buddha was just a state of mind, not a manifestation of divine power. He did not believe that anyone could use supernatural powers. However, when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin on Mount Tai and brought him to a mysterious world, everything he knew was overturned. He had to think of the wise ancient person as a god, a cultivator with endless power. This was a change in his thinking. He could not forget the ruins of the Tempest Temple on the ancient Firefly Flame. He really wanted to know where the Buddha had gone. There was Buddhism in this world, so it was very likely that the other party had come here. 2,500 years wasn't a long time for this world, where there were living people. But for the other side of the starry sky, it seemed extremely long. Could be traced back to the pre-Qin period. It was during that era that the Buddha attained enlightenment, but it was unknown what his true level of cultivation was. Yifan didn't know whether he came to this world through the star door left by the ancients, or whether he crossed the starry sky on his own. Yifan felt as if he was in a dream. On the other side of the starry sky, a character from 2,500 years ago should have already returned to dust, but he might be able to converse with him in the future. Who is it? Stop! In front of them, the princes and princesses of the great Xia dynasty were surrounded by armored soldiers. All of them wore iron robes and were surrounded by divine splendor. Their battle prowess surged. These people were guarding the area strictly, and when they saw Yifan charging over, they naturally stopped him. I want to see that little nun. Yifan was a little excited, so his words were a little inappropriate. How dare you? Do you want to offend the princess? The armored soldiers in iron robes blocked his way. Wrong. I want to see that little master, who is also your honorable princess. Yifan stopped and looked forward. The prince of the great Xia dynasty of the Middle State had black hair like a waterfall, eyes like the stars, and an outstanding temperament. He was like the son of the god of heaven, extremely heroic. He wore a divine iron robe, and every movement he made was filled with the aura of an emperor that gathered into the shape of a dragon. He looked over, his dark eyes as deep as the ocean, and asked lightly, "What do you want?" Yifan said, "I see that your highness has an imposing aura and dragon aura around you, showing the dignity of an emperor. I couldn't help but come forward and want to see the true face of a dragon." The prince of the great Xia dynasty smiled. "You sure know how to talk. Come forward and let me show you." This brat is really good at flattering people. He's obviously thinking about his sister. Li Heishui mumbled. The competition between the princes of the great Xia dynasty of the central state is fierce. Of course, he likes to hear such words. Lu Ko muttered. This brat is really... His eyes are on the nun's sister, but he talks about the emperor with dragon aura. He's not a good person. Tu Fei pouted. The armored soldier let Yifan pass. He came forward and said to the great Xia dynasty's prince, "I see your highness. The celestial court is like the sun, and the earth pavilion is like the moon. You have a purple aura that reaches the sky, and you have the dragon aura in your eyes. You will ascend to the throne one day and become the emperor." Little Taoist, why are you here? Of course, the great Xia dynasty's prince wouldn't be moved by his words. At this moment, Yifan was studying the princess of the great Xia dynasty. She was really a little nun around 15 or 16 years old. Her clothes were white like snow, and her black hair was long gone. She wore a white hat on her head. She was not old, but she was tall and slender. She had a natural grace, but she still looked a little immature and charming. This little nun was really pure and innocent. She was curiously looking at him with her big black eyes, which were full of spirit. Although she didn't have beautiful hair, her charm couldn't be reduced. Her eyes were bright and kind, and she looked pure and charming. She was a natural beauty, like a poem or a painting. Little master, you have the spirit inside you. You are born with a divine appearance. You have the root of wisdom. Your body is like a Buddha flower, and your heart is exquisite. You are the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva, Yi Fan said seriously. The little nun's big black eyes moved, sneaking glances at him. She didn't say anything, which made her look cute and delicate. Motherf asterisk cur. The more I look at this kid, the more I think he is a bootlicker. He is really good at tricking people. Even Wu Zhongtian, who was as calm as a lion, couldn't help but say that. This kid even dares to take off the Yao Guang Saintus bra. He's not a good guy. Li Heishui sighed and said, Actually, I also want to go there and say something. Please don't let this little nun be tricked by this animal. On the other side, the prince of Xia Kingdom's face darkened. He felt that this little Taoist was here for his sister. As an elder brother, it was hard for him to be happy. Yi Fan naturally noticed his expression. He recited a Taoist name and turned to face him. He said, Your Highness, your power has been formed. You have the power of a dragon. What you lack now is the cultivation of the royal aura. The Prince of Xia Kingdom said indifferently, Do you have any suggestions? He wanted to chase this Taoist away. He didn't want him to get close to his sister. When Yi Fan saw someone from Buddhism, he wouldn't leave no matter what. He couldn't calm down and was desperate to know if Sakyamuni was in this world. He said, I want to give your highness a scroll of the heavenly book. In the future, you will be able to rule over Xia Kingdom. You are a Taoist. What do you know about the power of the world? What do you know about the path of the royal aura? The guard leader saw that the prince was unhappy and wanted to chase Yi Fan away. How would I not know? There are 4 great powers in the universe, and the royal aura is one of them. Do you understand? Yi Fan asked. You? The guard leader was slightly angry. What are the 4 great powers? Asked the Xia Kingdom's prince. The Tao is big, the sky is big, the earth is big, and the royal aura is big, Yi Fan said calmly. However, his eyes were on the little nun. The Xia Kingdom's prince had just learned something. Looking at Shi Yan's face, he felt a little annoyed. He lowered his voice and asked, Are the 4 great powers related? The emperor is a human. Humans follow earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. I have a scroll of the heavenly book of the imperial path. It imitates everything from earth and imitates everything from heaven. Can nurture the royal aura. You can use it as a reference. Beast, beast. To achieve your goal, you are so eloquent. You will do anything, muttered Li Heishui, who wasn't far from them. You're good at fooling people. Tu Fei pouted his lips. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Wu Zhongtian contemplated. I think you're here for the princess, the guard leader said coldly. You're wrong. I'm here for her highness. However, at this point, he slightly paused and said, I also have a few questions to ask little master. What do you want to ask? Asked the Xia Kingdom's prince faintly. I want to ask the young master if Rulai is still in this world. Yi Fan gazed at the little nun, his face solemn. The beautiful little nun was a little flustered. She hid behind her brother, cocking her head and blinking her big eyes at him. As soon as he heard the word Rulai, the Xia Kingdom's prince changed his visage. He lowered his voice. I don't know what you're talking about. The word Rulai seemed to have a strange demonic power. Not only the Xia Kingdom's prince discolored, but also Yao Guang's saint's son, who wasn't far from them, walked toward them. He was as dazzling as the scorching sun. Gold light moved on his body, making him look like an immortal king descending to this world. Although he was standing in the sea of people, people could see that he was different from the others. Yi Fan could feel the change of their countenances. He was surprised. Did the word Rulai have some magical power? Yao Shi also walked over. She didn't know what Rulai meant, but she felt that something was wrong. She was like the rising sun, like the bright moon shining down, walking gracefully. At the same time, Yi Fan felt another gaze. It came from a pavilion in Jade Pool's celestial stone square. Their saintess was standing by the window, shrouded in mist. She was looking over here. Seeing the truth, all laws vanish. In an instant, all laws are the same. Once the scenery can't be hidden, it will be revealed naked. Yi Fan recited a Buddhist gatha. He looked at the beautiful little nun and said, "May I ask if Sakyamuni is still here?" The little nun's clothes were whiter than snow. She was as ethereal as a fairy. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she closed it in the end. The Xia Kingdom's prince was like a mountain at this moment. He released a dragon-shaped chi pillar, and his divine clothes shone brilliantly. He was like a great emperor descending to the world. He stared coldly at Yifan and said, "I only know about Buddhism. I've never heard of this name. Don't ask us." Was Sakyamuni a taboo? Yifan had this illusion. I suddenly realized that the source of the wonderful heart is like a cracked shell. There are 6 pleasures in the dream, but after realizing it, there is no saint. Yifan used a Buddhist gatha to test the little nun. In the end, he asked in a deep voice, "Where is Buddha?" "There is Mount Meru in the West Desert. If you want to know, you can go find it," the Xia Kingdom's prince said coldly. When Yifan heard the words Mount Meru, he was shocked. Was it really Sakyamuni's place of enlightenment? "I want to hear you talk about Rulai and Sakyamuni in detail," Yaoguang Saint said to Yifan. His smile was bright like the spring breeze and the morning glow. Yifan was shocked. He felt that there was something wrong with the Buddhism in this world. Otherwise, why would the Xia Kingdom's prince and Yaoguang Saint be like this? Chapter 215. Great Xia was an immortal ancient dynasty that had flourished for hundreds of thousands of years. Great mountains collapsed, rivers dried up, and seas became mulberry fields. As time passed, everything changed. However, Great Xia was as prosperous as ever. Ever since the emperor of the primordial era created this immortal dynasty, it had never fallen. It recorded many changes in history and bore many secrets. No one could say for sure. Yifan thought of many things. What happened 2,000 years ago? Did Shakyamuni come to this world? What happened between him and the natives? Why did the great Xia prince's expression change? If there was a hidden story, one couldn't help but wonder. Great Xia definitely knew all of this. It was an immortal dynasty and should have records of all the major events that happened in this world. Saint Child Yao Guang smiled warmly. His teeth were sparkling and even his hair was emitting a golden light. He was very easygoing as he looked forward. "Boundless celestial being," Yifan chanted and shook his head. "I am a wandering cultivator that travels the world. I heard this by chance and was puzzled. That is why I asked." He didn't disguise himself as Duanda. At this moment, his figure was tall and his robes fluttered in the wind. His appearance was out of this world. Even though he was young, he had a bit of an immortal charm. "You are too humble. Can you dispel my doubts? Where did Shakyamuni come from? What kind of existence is he? How much do you know about him?" Saint Child Yao Guang smiled like a spring breeze. "Shakyamuni came from the other side of the starry sky." "How could Yifan say that?" He said, "I only know the name Rulai and don't know anything about his life." "Saint Child, why don't you dispel my doubts? What is the origin of this Shakyamuni?" "Shakyamuni?" Specks of light appeared in Saint Child Yao Guang's eyes. It was clear that these 2 words had a mysterious power that would cause him to have a different expression every time. One had to know that people like him and the great Xia prince wouldn't change their expressions even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. However, the name Rulai made them feel uneasy. "I was asking you, but you are asking me in return. You really are watertight." Saint Child Yao Guang smiled warmly and then shook his head. "I've only heard rumors and don't know the details. I hope that your highness will not be stingy in teaching me." Boundless celestial being. Yifan's sleeves fluttered in the wind. This kid really thinks he's a Taoist priest. But he's quite a fraud. Lu Ko muttered to himself. "It's all the nun's fault," Li Heishui concluded. "Heavy taste." Zhang Huiran was even more concise. The Alcade Saint Child's eyes were deep, as if he could see through the sky of history and look into the eternal unknown. He said, "This name has a demonic nature. More than 2,000 years ago, there seemed to be a sudden break in time and space. Everything about it no longer exists. I only know that it once existed." Yifan's smile was like the rosy dawn. He nodded to express his understanding. but his mind was filled with countless thoughts. His thoughts were extremely scattered. What did Tathagata do over 2,000 years ago? What kind of traces he left in this world? Were they still there now? All of this was a mystery, full of unknowns, making one want to get to the bottom of it. He urgently wanted to understand everything. This was too important to him. The other side of the starry sky, the starry door left by the ancients, and across endless galaxies, where was the destination of this journey? He had too many questions. Was the coffin pulled by the 9 dragons a coincidence, or was he repeating the path of the predecessors? Did Buddha also accidentally come to the other side of the starry sky? Tathagata most likely came to this world, but I don't know what terrible changes happened, Yifan muttered to himself. He turned to look at the Xia prince and realized that he was incomparably cold. Why was he like this? There must be a secret. Sakyamuni made him avoid mentioning it. Yaoguang Saint's son revealed a peaceful smile and turned to face the Prince of Great Xia. Your Highness, the dragon Qi is soaring, and as the son of Great Xia, you should have some understanding of Rulai. I wonder what exactly happened 2,000 years ago. Why did everything related to this person disappear into thin air? It's like he never appeared. I also don't know. There are saints in the world of Buddhism. If you want to know, you can ask them yourself. The Xia prince's expression was indifferent. At the side, Yao Shi was thinking. She had never heard of the word Tathagata. Obviously, the saint child knew more than her. After all, he was the future master of Alcade. This caused her heart to feel a bit disturbed. Yifan completely calmed down. It was harder to get information from the saint child than to climb to the heavens. He obviously wouldn't tell him the secret. As for the Xia prince, he couldn't count on him. He hadn't even asked and already had an expression of a giant thousands of miles away. He felt that he had to go to the western desert in the future and go to the legendary Mount Meru to understand the truth. Of course, before that, he could think of a way to understand a bit more from the pure little nun. Yifan turned his head and looked. It was really just a little nun. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her eyes were pure. Her big black eyes darted here and there. She was very timid. When he turned his head to look, she was hiding behind the Xia prince like a frightened rabbit. The Xia prince frowned. He loved his sister very much. As her brother, he didn't want to see a man like Yifan. He always felt that he was trying to seduce his sister. Boundless celestial being, I am a monk. I sweep the floor without harming the lives of ants. I cherish moths and cover the lantern with gauze. I don't have any mortal thoughts. Yifan looked serious, but there was a hidden meaning behind it. The Xia prince's face was expressionless, but he was very annoyed. The little nun in white covered her mouth and giggled. She glanced at him with her big black eyes. He's addicted to being a Taoist. I think he can compete with that wicked Taoist. Maybe he's another heartless Taoist. Lu Ko equated him with Duan Dakwai. Have you heard of Sakyamuni? Tu Fei asked in a low voice. Never heard of it. Those baldies are too mysterious. If it wasn't for the people from the Central Plains coming to the Saint City and mentioning it, I wouldn't even know of such a sect. Li Heishui shook his head. I've heard of this sect, but I don't know much about it. Wu Zhongtian frowned. My grandpa talked about it. It seems that this sect is very powerful. There are some ancient Buddhas in the sect that are unfathomable. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. Zhang Huairan shook his head. Yifan's heart was calm. He needed to find out more about Sakyamuni. His thoughts returned to the present. He took light steps and the Tao wind blew. He walked one round. He found that Yao Shi didn't feel anything. She didn't know him at all. So, my great art of changing heaven and earth has been cultivated to a certain level. She can't feel my breath. Yifan's steps were light, and he looked like an immortal. He floated to Yao Shi and said, Goddess, you are like a lotus flower coming out of the water. You are so beautiful. It's obvious that you have a celestial bone and a natural Taoist body. You are truly a weirdo in our Taoist sect. Yao Guang Saintess heard him and smiled faintly. She said, You are flattering me. Is there anything I can help you with? No, I am telling the truth. Yifan was very serious. He said, I can feel the breath of an ancient emperor on you. Your cultivation hasn't reached its peak yet, but you have such dense celestial energy. You are definitely not a mortal. Yao Guang Saintess was surprised. There was a moon palace in between her brows. It was an ancient secret treasure. Its level was hard to determine, and almost no one knew about it. Could this Taoist have felt it? She said calmly, "You sure know how to joke. I wonder which sect you are from?" "I am not from any sect, and I am just a wild crane. I came out this time to find an apprentice nephew," Yifan recited. "I wonder who your apprentice nephew is? I might have heard of him." She didn't believe Yifan and thought he was lying. "Actually, I was going to ask you to find out more about my unruly apprentice nephew. After all, Yao Guang is a sacred ground of the East Baron territory." Yifan wanted to know more about the unscrupulous Taoist from these sacred grounds' heirs. So he said, "His name is Duanda, and his Taoist name is Wuliang. The unscrupulous Taoist is your apprentice nephew?" She looked surprised. "His behavior is improper, and he is called unscrupulous by others. May I ask how old you are, Taoist?" She asked. "I have been cultivating for more than 300 years. Now that I think about it, I have wasted 318 years. Eft. Not far from them, Li Heishui spat out some wine, and the broken gourd in his hand almost fell to the ground. He cursed, "This brat is a beast. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as him. Motherf asterisk her, he took her bra, and now he is pretending to be a Taoist master talking about Taoism." Tu Fei cursed him for giving himself away. "Do you think the Yao Guang Saintess will spit out blood if she knows that brat's real identity? Should we roar at her?" Zhang Huiran smiled. Wu Zhongtian frowned and said, "Don't mess around. What is sanctimonious and what is a beast in human clothing? This is a living example." Lu Ko was indignant and muttered, "What a beast!" Not far from them, the Yao Guang Saint's son and the Xia Kingdom's prince were walking shoulder to shoulder toward the 9 strange stones in the celestial stone square. The Yao Guang Saint's son was glowing. His fluttering hair had turned gold as if he was made of pure gold. He looked like the god of the sun descending to the mortal world. As splendid as the sun. Wu Zhongtian frowned and said, "I feel like he's a heaven and earth furnace. His blood qi is as vigorous as the rolling sea. I'm afraid that the Yao Guang Saint's son is not the strongest warrior of his generation." Li Heishui and the others discolored. They had invited Wu Zhongtian to help the Yao Guang Saint's son. They didn't want him to give such an evaluation. Tu Fei sighed. "When he uses the sacred light technique, it's unrivaled. His light can illuminate the entire universe. Everything is purified. It's the real invincible technique. No attacking technique can break it." Li Heishui looked worried. "His sacred light is getting stronger. It's as scorching as the sun. I think even the god body can't break it. In this world, I think there's only one attacking technique that can subdue him. Unfortunately, it has been lost forever." "You mean the battle saint technique of King God Jiang Taishu? The one with the highest attacking power in 5,000 years? Tu Fei frowned. "Yes. Otherwise, the god body can't tear that kind of sacred light. Most likely, it can only be a draw. At his age, he has cultivated this supreme technique to this level. It's really terrifying," answered Li Heishui. Zhang Huiran kept silent. Jiang Taishu was his ancestor. Unfortunately, the number 1 attacking technique had been lost. "Perhaps there's another great attacking technique that can break this sacred light," said Wu Zhongtian deliberately. "Is there anything else?" The others were bewildered. "You guys are confined to the Eastern Baron territory. You've forgotten about the Central Plains." Wu Zhongtian glanced at the prince of the Great Xia who was walking beside the Yao Guang Saint and said, "The imperial draconic qi of the Great Xia is extremely domineering. It is said to be indestructible and unbreakable. I think it should be able to deal with the Yao Guang Saint." The Xia prince's iron clothes sparkled dazzlingly. Dragon qi twirled around him. People could vaguely see 9 real dragons coiling around his body. The dragons' heads were held high on his shoulders. He looked so majestic. He looked like a heavenly emperor descending to the mortal world. I don't know which one is stronger, the Imperial Dragon Chi or King Gajong's Saint technique. The people of the Central Plains have always been proud. However, the two have never fought face to face. Tu Fei felt regretful. It's the greatest regret of all time. I can't see the peak battle of the two great attacking techniques anymore. At this moment, the Yao Guang Saint Sun and the Xia Prince were evaluating the stone materials. The 9 strange stones had been there for a long time. This was the first time they had touched them. At this moment, Yi Fan and Yao Shi were chatting happily. They also walked over the other bandit's side and kept muttering, "What a beast in human clothing! Taoist priest, do you know about origin stones?" Yao Shi asked. This humble Taoist's knowledge is mixed but not refined. I haven't accomplished anything, but I know a little about the Tao of origin. Yi Fan smiled. I think that Taoist priest is modest. Why don't you come forward and evaluate these 9 stones? Yao Shi smiled. Her eyelashes fluttered. Her black eyes were like the stars. Her jade teeth flashed, and her lips were bright. She was beautiful. As soon as she said this, the Xia Prince and the Yao Guang Saint Sun looked over with different expressions. The Xia Prince didn't have a good impression of him. Perhaps this was a common problem as an elder brother. He was always afraid that the bad boy would have ideas about his little sister. The Yao Guang Saint Sun smiled calmly. He didn't look like anything. He had a special charm that attracted the gazes of most of the young female cultivators. The pretty nun was also sneaking glances at Yi Fan. She was full of curiosity. She looked completely innocent. All right then, this humble Taoist will show his incompetence. Yi Fan went forward but didn't reach out. He walked around the 9 stones twice. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared in the Jade Palace not far away. The Jade Pool Fairy appeared and personally observed Yi Fan. However, she was shrouded by immortal clouds and no one could see her true appearance. She had been watching silently ever since Yi Fan said the words Tathagata and Sakyamuni. This was something Yi Fan didn't expect. Yi Fan circled around several times, patting the largest piece and flicking the smallest piece. He said indifferently, "These 2 pieces of stone, the inner one is sealed with Shinshio, the rest are all stubborn stones." Sneers came from all around. Boasting shamelessly. Does he really think he's the Yuan Taoist master? Is the Jade Pool's immortal stone so easy to confirm? I think he's talking nonsense. Based on my many years of experience in stone gambling, those 2 stones are definitely white stones. There's nothing inside. There are too many people who think they're infallible. There's no need to pay attention to them. It was no wonder. In the eyes of the crowd, Yi Fan didn't even carefully identify the 2 stones. He casually knocked them a few times and determined that the 2 stones contained spiritual beauty. It was indeed a little hard to believe. "Oh, are you so sure?" The Prince of Great Xia looked over and asked calmly. "My knowledge is limited. It's just a random comment," Yi Fan said modestly. The Prince of Great Xia shook his head and said, "If I choose, one of the 2 stones will be the first choice and the other will be replaced." Everyone knew that he came for the Jade Pool Holy Maiden. He only commented today, so he was naturally well prepared. Yi Fan laughed and said, "How about I make a bet with your highness?" "Oh, what kind of bet?" The Prince of Great Xia asked. "If I can turn stone into gold, I just want to talk to this little master for a while." Yi Fan pointed at the little nun. The Prince of Great Xia was very interested at first, but after hearing this, he immediately turned around. He was very sick of it. The little nun wrinkled her nose and waved her little fist at Yi Fan. "Master, are you sure that these 2 stones have spiritual beauty in them?" Yao Guang Saint asked. "That's just my opinion." Yao Shi also came forward and said with a smile, "I think you're very knowledgeable." At this moment, what people didn't expect was that the Jade Pool Holy Maiden actually came in the air. She was like a fairy walking on the waves, light and elegant to the extreme. She brought with her a sparkling rain of sparkling flowers that sprinkled down. "Master, did you really choose these 2 stones?" Her voice was like the sound of nature, beautiful and pleasant to listen to. The surrounding people were all shocked. They never thought that the Jade Pool Holy Maiden would come in person. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 216. Boundless Celestial Being. I did choose these two stones because I didn't want to disturb the fairy. Yifan recited his Taoist name and greeted her with a Taoist greeting. The Jade Lake Fairy gracefully returned the greeting. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and her fine black hair flowed down like water ripples. It was soft and smooth, emitting a bit of luster. In her surroundings, a rain of flowers slowly descended. There were jade flowers, strange stamens, and jasper leaves. They were sparkling, translucent, and flickering as if they were carved from multicolored gems. Yet they carried a fragrance similar to orchids and musk. Enveloped by the rain of flowers, she looked hazy and magnificent, stirring people's hearts. Her skin was like that of a newborn baby's, smooth and tender, red and translucent, sparkling and translucent. Her graceful figure caused people to gasp in admiration. Her slender waist wasn't flat and narrow, but was perfectly round and smooth. When she gently swayed, it was like the waist of a snake beauty was twisting, charming and gentle. Her slender legs were soft, straight, and light, like a masterpiece of God's painstaking efforts. As she swayed, her proud figure became peerless, making thousands of flowers lose their color. Her steps were graceful, and within the long dress that dragged on the ground, her jade feet were white like jade, faintly discernible. They didn't even reach her shoes, and her toes were sparkling and translucent, perfect and flawless, with a bit of jade light flickering. Unfortunately, he only managed to catch a glimpse of it, and it was already hard for him to see it again. A halo of light emerged from beneath her feet, turning into immortal flowers, supporting her jade-like feet. Every step she took was graceful, beautiful to the extreme. The most regretful thing was that her appearance could not be seen clearly no matter how one looked at it. Immortal energy fluttered about, as if there was a layer of hazy veil covering her face. Even so, her celestial appearance was hidden, but her charm was endless. People couldn't help but sigh. In this boundless world of mortals, there was such a beautiful woman. This was Yifan's first time being so close to the Jade Lake Saintess. He couldn't help but take a deep breath as a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Of course, this small movement couldn't escape the Jade Lake Holy Maiden's eyes. She nimbly took a few steps back and said, "Taoist priest, do you have any basis for choosing these two pieces of stone?" The surrounding people were surprised. Could it be that the unreliable young Taoist was right? Why did the Jade Lake Saintess come in person? It should be known that she rarely showed up. I'm just relying on my intuition. I can vaguely feel that these two stones have made my qi and blood fluctuate, making it hard for me to calm down. Yifan described a little of what Wang Shu and Dumbo felt. Even the Yao Guang Saintess couldn't recognize him, which proved that the heaven and earth-changing grand magic was close to success. He could show off in front of the Jade Lake Saintess so he wouldn't have to worry about being exposed when he went to the Jade Lake in the future. Oh, there's actually such a thing. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden nodded, but she didn't comment much on it. Then, she looked at the Prince of the Xia Kingdom and said, "Your Highness, did you notice anything? Have you chosen the stone?" The Prince of the Xia Kingdom had an imposing appearance. 9 streams of dragon energy surrounded him, making him look like a deity descending to the mortal world. He nodded and said, "I've also chosen 2 pieces of stone." He pointed at the biggest stone, which weighed 2,000 kilograms, then patted the stone in front of him that weighed more than 50 kilograms. "Your Highness, you're born with a discerning eye. One of the stones has been confirmed to contain divine energy." The Jade Lake Saintess nodded with a smile. The Prince of the Xia Kingdom was very humble. He said, "I was just lucky. The Imperial Dragon energy that I cultivate can naturally sense some special sources." The Supreme Emperor Scripture is indeed one of the 4 most powerful ancient scriptures in the Central Prefecture. It is indeed unpredictable. However, Your Highness, you're also very talented. Otherwise, how could you comprehend the mysteries of the ancient scripture? As far as I know, not everyone can learn this scripture. Only peerless geniuses can learn it. The Jade Lake Saintess opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was pleasing to the ear. It was as if she was playing a beautiful piece of music. The surrounding people were all moved when they heard this. They started to discuss among themselves. The Supreme Emperor Scripture is the most famous ancient scripture in the Central Prefecture. Its power is unparalleled, earth-shattering, and unimaginable. It is known for its offensive power and is said to be able to break all techniques in the world. As one of the 4 great ancient scriptures in the Central Prefecture, it is naturally incomparable. It is a peerless secret scripture since ancient times. Only geniuses can cultivate it, and it has a very high requirement for talent. This prince of the Xia kingdom is unfathomable, and his true strength is unpredictable. I'm afraid that not many people in the same generation can compare to him. Through the discussions of the crowd, even those who didn't understand the ancient scripture understood how terrifying it was. A young man was still puzzled. He said, "Is the Supreme Emperor Scripture really so mysterious and powerful? The Imperial Dragon energy can actually sense the source. This is too unbelievable." An old man, who was a stone gambler and also a cultivator, said, "If you knew the origin of the Supreme Emperor Scripture, you wouldn't have such doubts. Its birth is very strange, and there are many legends about it." Is the origin of the Supreme Emperor Scripture still very mysterious? That young man asked. In truth, the vast majority of the crowd didn't know. They were all looking at the old man, waiting for his explanation. Yifan wasn't an exception. He cultivated the Battle Saint art, a peerless secret art that possessed unfathomable combat prowess. At this moment, after hearing that the Supreme Emperor Scripture was said to be able to break through all techniques, it naturally attracted his attention. He had a feeling that the Great Sovereign Scripture was comparable to the Battle Saint art in terms of offense. It was likely that they would have to fight to see who was stronger in the future. This wasn't something that could be changed by his will. But for such a peerless secret art, there would definitely be a battle to determine which was the strongest. There's a saying that the Supreme Emperor Scripture was unearthed from the ground, and is the most mysterious ancient scripture. The old man's words caused everyone to be startled. Isn't this too mystical? It's hard to believe. It's only normal for it to be able to sense some special origin stones. The Xia Empire has never admitted that it was taken from the origin stone. They say it was created by the first ancient emperor of the Xia Empire, another old man said. On the side, another elder said like this, "As for what kind of origins there are, outsiders cannot truly understand." At this moment, everyone looked at the Xia Empire's prince. He looked calm and didn't say anything. At this moment, the Yao Guang Saint had also chosen his stone and was talking to the Jade Lake Saint. The Yao Guang Saint and the Jade Lake Saint had been very close recently. They were going to the Origin Ancient Mine together to deliver a batch of mysterious stones. "I've received orders from my master. The 9 stones won't be on display anymore. This trip is over," the Jade Lake Saint suddenly announced. We haven't shown our skills yet. How can we end it so hastily?" Someone was dissatisfied. "That's right. We've come from so far away. How can we disappoint you?" Many people asked for an extension. The Jade Lake Saint's voice reverberated like a fairy's voice, clearly spreading to every corner. "Everyone has a chance to choose a stone and state your reasoning. If it's reasonable, the Jade Lake will reward you generously." Everybody felt relieved walking forward. A Jade Lake disciple was in charge of recording their reasoning. Right at this moment, the Jade Lake Saint invited the Xia Empire's prince and the Yao Guang Saint to the other side. "Your Highness, Saint Sun, this way, please. There are some stones here. Please take a look." "Your Highness, long time no see. How are you?" Two-Face smiled and greeted the Xia Empire's prince. Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and Jiang Huiran were there. They had been invited to see the other stones. The Xia Empire's prince replied politely. Although the Yao Guang Saint was their archenemy, he still smiled like a spring breeze. He didn't want to fight in the Jade Lake's territory. Besides them, there were more than 30 other people. The Jade Lake Saint had visited many cities in the northern region. Many people had passed the test of the 9 stones. Some of them had followed her, and some of them would join the Jade Lake Holy Land in the near future. Some small bandits were invited, which surprised some people. However, after thinking about it, they understood. In the territories of the Great Sage, the Jade Lake had a good relationship with the others. They didn't want to compete with the world. Even the 13 great bandits had never robbed them. At this moment, Yifan was the most surprised. He hadn't thought that he wouldn't get an invitation after choosing the 2 stones. While he was still puzzled, Yaoshi smiled sweetly, walking toward him. I'm here to invite you on behalf of the Jade Lake's younger sister. She asked you not to leave. She will invite you later. Yifan nodded, feeling relieved. He didn't expect that today would be the last time the Jade Lake Saint would show the 9 stones. If he missed it, he would lose his chance. Next to him, the little nun in white was looking at him curiously. Yifan smiled kindly. Little master, I have 2 or 3 Buddhist artifacts here. I would like to invite you to take a look. Yifan took out a Vajra scepter. Although it was broken in half, it still looked simple and imposing. It was like a Buddha standing in the air with his fist clenched. Yao Shi, who was standing next to Yifan, was surprised. She felt that this artifact was extraordinary. Although it was damaged, she could still feel the residual Taoist rhyme. Obviously, it had an extraordinary origin. Not far away, the little nun in white widened her eyes. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask something. She even wanted to walk over. However, the guards next to her surrounded her. Apparently, they were ordered by the Xia dynasty's prince not to come over. What is this? Yao Guang Saintess asked. I don't know what it is either. It seems to be an ancient Buddhist artifact. The Xia dynasty's princess will definitely be able to appraise it. Can you invite her over? Yao Shi smiled and said, You want me to kidnap the Xia dynasty's princess? You really have a good plan. As Yifan chatted with Yao Shi, he took out a complete ancient lamp and waved it at the little nun in white. The Xia dynasty's princess opened her eyes wide again. Her small mouth was slightly open. She whispered to the guard leader and seemed to want to come over. What exactly is this? Yao Guang Saintess was moved. Although the ancient lamp had been extinguished and was mottled with green rust, she felt an even more extraordinary aura. Fairy, go and bring the Xia dynasty's princess over. She will definitely be able to recognize it. Maybe she will know the origin of these artifacts, Yifan said solemnly. Maybe it will be related to Buddha and Sakyamuni. Sakyamuni? Yao Shi was shocked. She had too many questions in her heart. Today was the first time she had heard of Buddha. From the reactions of the Xia dynasty's prince and Yao Guang Saintess, it was obvious that this was an extraordinary and terrifying character. The history of more than 2,000 years ago was actually cut off and erased because of Buddha. After this speculation arose in her heart, she desperately wanted to know everything about it. Buddha. What kind of origin did he have to make an immortal prince of an ancient dynasty fear him? What was Sakyamuni's status in Buddhism? Yao Guang Saintess pondered for a while and then smiled. It's not good to ask me to kidnap the Xia dynasty's princess. How about we go together? We can talk about it in detail. Okay. Yifan couldn't ask for more. He held the Vajra scepter in his left hand and the bronze lamp in his right as he strode forward. In fact, he really wanted to take out the bronze plaque of the Great Thunderclap Temple, but he didn't dare to do so. This bronze plaque might not be a big deal in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Buddhism experts, it was no different from shocking heavenly thunder that could pierce through the sky. He believed that if the people of Buddhism had an understanding of this and could see the miraculous bronze plaque of the Great Thunderclap Temple, it would stir up endless waves. The Great Thunderclap Temple was the fundamental and important place in the legends of Buddhism. It was hard to imagine what kind of waves the appearance of such a bronze plaque would cause in Buddhism. Stop! The guards of the Xia dynasty looked at Yifan as if they were guarding against a wolf. Yao Guang Saintess smiled sweetly and walked forward. Could be said that she was an outstanding beauty. She was like a jade tree blossoming with immortal flowers, like warm jade giving birth to warm clouds. The beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts, outshine the moon and put flowers to shame, and cause the downfall of cities and countries would all be overshadowed in front of her. Sure enough, The charm of a peerless beauty was boundless. After whispering a few words to those guards, they were allowed to walk over. Of course, these guards still stared at Yifan, the unscrupulous Taoist, as if they were guarding against a thief. "Your Highness," Yifan greeted. The little nun in white didn't pay attention to him. Her big eyes rolled around and kept glancing at the treasured pestle in his hand. "Little nun sister, don't you want to take a closer look?" Yifan asked calmly with a smile. At the side, the leader of the guards and the others all glared angrily. "How can you say that? How dare you be so disrespectful to the princess?" These people couldn't help but be angry. They felt that Yifan was like a big bad wolf that had targeted a little white rabbit. "Liar, it must be fake." At this moment, the little nun opened her mouth for the first time. Her voice was as pleasant as the song of an oriole. "I guarantee it's fake. This is a relic of Buddha." Yifan weighed the broken treasured pestle in his hand. "I want to take a look." The little nun in white didn't have much confidence and was a little embarrassed. Yifan handed it forward very casually, as if he didn't care about the Vajra treasured pestle at all. "This is..." The little nun's beautiful eyes opened wide. She slightly stuttered. "There is really a strand of Buddha's aura." At the side, the beautiful eyes of Yao Guang Saintess flickered faintly, but the extraordinary splendor quickly disappeared. "Which Buddha are you talking about?" Yifan asked and very naturally took back the treasured pestle. "Of course, it's the revered one of the world." The little nun gave him a look as if he was really ignorant. "Is the revered one of the world Buddha Gautama Buddha?" Yifan finally waited for this kind of opportunity, so he naturally had to ask in detail. "I don't know who Gautama Buddha is." Her big black eyes were very innocent and immature, making it hard to tell whether she was telling the truth or lying. "Your Buddha doesn't have a title or name? Buddha is you, Buddha is me. Buddha said that everything in the world has Buddha nature and can become Buddha. He doesn't have a special name." The little nun answered naively. "Ah!" At this point, she suddenly cried out in surprise. "These Buddhist artifacts of yours have demonic nature. They are not true Buddhas." "What are you talking about?" Yifan raised the treasured pestle and the ancient lamp and said, "These are clearly filled with a pure and holy aura. How can there be demonic power?" "There clearly is." She reached out her small hand and held the two Buddhist artifacts. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed them. "These have the aura of a Buddhist trader. Even though his mana is profound and unparalleled, he is not a Buddha." Yifan sneered. According to the little nun, wasn't Tathagata a traitor of Buddhism? How could this be? "This is the aura left behind by Gautama Buddha. You can't be talking about him, right?" "Ah, the biggest traitor of Buddhism." The little nun looked like she was stung by a scorpion and quickly let go. "You don't even know who Gautama Buddha is. How do you know he is the biggest traitor?" "But I feel that this aura is the aura of a traitor." The little nun puffed up her cheeks angrily. "Very well, let me show you another good thing." Yifan put away the treasured pestle and the ancient lamp, took out the prayer beads strung with 6 Buddhist relics, and put them on his wrist. The little nun's eyes widened and she couldn't look away anymore. She grabbed Yifan's hand and didn't let go. "Your Highness, if you want to see it, just tell me. But I have a few questions that I want to ask you." In the distance, Li Heishui's eyes almost popped out. He sighed. As expected, he finally laid his hands on the nun. "Beast, beast, heavy taste, nun, nun." Tu Fei rubbed his hands. "Hey, Your Highness, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Huairan asked the Xia Kingdom's prince. At this moment, the Xia Kingdom's prince couldn't smile anymore. Even in front of the Jade Lake Saintess, he couldn't be happy. He had just left for a while, and that unscrupulous little Taoist stuck to her like a dog's skin plaster. Daring to seduce the Xia Kingdom's prince's sister, it was really... He had never met such a Taoist before. Knowing that she was the princess of an eternal dynasty, he still dared to flirt with her. "I..." The Xia Kingdom's prince opened his mouth but found that he couldn't say anything. On the other side, the little nun in white was in high spirits. She grabbed Yifan's hand and turned it over and over to look at the prayer beads. Why do I feel the aura of Buddha again? It's even thicker, as if the true body of Buddha is here. Quickly, take it off and let me see. Go on. You mentioned Tathagata just now, urged Yifan. More than 2,000 years ago, a person called Tathagata suddenly came to this world. I don't know what he did, but everything about him disappeared. The little nun tilted her head and thought for a while. If you take off the prayer beads, I will be able to remember everything. Yifan was delighted and said, Okay, it's not the true Buddha. It's still the aura of a Buddhist traitor. The little nun pouted unhappily and looked at the prayer beads. What did Sakyamuni do? Yifan asked. His magic power was monstrous and he opened Mount Meru. Chapter 217. After Tathagata established Mount Meru, he built a temple in the mountain. Although the little nun in white said that the beads were stained with the breath of the traitor, she still turned them over and over, wishing she could pull them out one by one and examine them carefully. What happened next? Yifan urged. What next? The little nun replied indifferently, but she was carefully fiddling with the beads. Naturally, what happened to Gautama Buddha afterwards? Yifan looked at her with a smile. Oh, you're talking about him? There was no next. The little nun pointed the beads at the sun and attentively looked at them. It was obvious that she didn't want to continue. How can there be no next? I say, little master. Buddha once said, don't talk nonsense. How can you not tell the truth? Everything I said is true. The little nun pouted and was very dissatisfied. She couldn't see through the mysteries of the beads no matter how hard she tried. In the end, she took out a bunch of jade flowers and knocked them back and forth. The fragrance assailed the nostrils and tiny rays of light shot out like prickles towards the beads. There was a faint flicker of fire within them. However, the 6 beads didn't change at all. No matter how the rays of light shot at them and how the sparks flickered, they just lay there motionlessly. Yifan quickly stopped her and said, What are you doing? Stop quickly. I want to cut it open and see. There seems to be something inside. The little nun persevered and shook the jade flowers. The blades of light danced and submerged the beads. Those are my beads. I didn't say it was mine. The little nun mumbled in reply and was still trying hard. Yifan's forehead was filled with black lines and said, If it's not yours, you still want to cut it open? He quickly reached out and grabbed forward, wanting to retrieve the beads. Don't be so stingy. Let me look at it a little longer. The little nun's white clothes fluttered. A hazy little world seemed to appear in her delicate palm and covered the beads. Yao Guangsaintis was surprised and said, This is the secret technique, heaven and earth palm? When Yifan's hand reached out, it sank into the miniature little world. He couldn't touch the rosary beads at all. He was always a little short, as if he could never catch it. He smiled and reached out to grab the little nun's wrist, wanting to grab her vital point. However, that hazy little world moved like a swimming dragon and appeared on her wrist, once again blocking his finger. Sorry for the offense. Yifan's palm and fingers changed, his 5 fingers forming imprints that took the shape of a dragon's head. 9 streaks of light shot out, every single one like a heavenly dragon, pouncing towards that small world. Ah, this is... The little nun was surprised. Yifan formed a hand seal, and 9 little heavenly dragons rushed out. They were too similar to the imperial draconic aura coiled around her brother's body, and could almost be mistaken for the real thing. Moreover, its power was extraordinarily great. It rushed into the illusory space in her palm and destroyed it. While she was distracted, she kept the rosary beads. What kind of secret technique is this? Yao Guangsaintis was at the side and saw everything clearly. She was very surprised. It was a killing technique of the 9 secrets, but Yifan used it like a master's knife on a small scale. He changed it between his palm and fingers so it naturally had extraordinary power. It was difficult for outsiders to see it clearly. Let me see it again, the little nun in white implored. Tell me what happened to Rulai. Yifan smiled and held the rosary beads in his palm. I really don't know what happened after that because this name seems to have been erased from the historical records. I can't find anything about him anymore. The little nun in white had an honest expression on her face. I don't believe what you said. Yifan gently twirled the rosary beads and shook his head with a smile. The little nun in white puffed up her cheeks and stared at him with her big eyes. All right, I'll tell you everything. It's nothing anyway. Then tell me in detail. I'm all ears. From now on, there is no Rulai in Buddhism, the young princess of Great Xia said solemnly. What do you mean? Yifan asked in detail. This is the conclusion I came to after reading many Buddhist scriptures. I flipped through all kinds of ancient books and connected all the clues together. In fact, there is only one sentence. The little nun in white said very seriously, Little master, you're lying. Yifan shook his head. I dare to swear to the revered one of the world that everything I said is true. This is the conclusion I came to after reading hundreds of Buddhist books. Moreover, I've asked others about it. The Almighty of Buddhism also shook his head and sighed. From now on, there is no Rulai in Buddhism. The little nun had a look of you have to believe me on her face. From now on, there is no Rulai in Buddhism. Yifan touched his chin. This sentence could lead to endless thoughts. What actually happened? Rulai was no longer the original Rulai, or Buddhism was no longer the original Buddhism. Who was the one at Mount Meru now? Yao Guang Saintess was also thinking. She knew even less, but she gradually touched a vague outline from all kinds of clues. Let me take a look at the prayer beads. The little nun in white stretched out her small hand. Yifan fiddled with the prayer beads and said, Your brother's expression changed when he heard of Rulai. Even he knows some secrets, how can you not know? What can he know? It's just that the clan elder warned us not to mention this name. The little nun curled her lips. Why did he warn us like this? Yao Guang Saintess asked. How would I know? The little nun in white tilted her head and said, I've flipped through all kinds of ancient books in the imperial court and also came to the same conclusion. From now on, there is no Sakyamuni in this world. From now on, there is no Sakyamuni in this world. Yifan had many speculations in his heart, but it was difficult to prove any of them. Your Highness! The guards not far away hurriedly bowed. The Prince of Great Xia had black hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were like that of a tiger's. His iron clothes were shining and 9 dragons coiled around his body. He strode with his head held high, giving off the aura of a monarch. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly raised and his tiger's eyes shot out divine light. He was very dissatisfied with these guards. Your Highness, please calm down. It was Her Highness who told us not to get close. The guard leader hurriedly explained. Yao, she greets Your Highness. Yao Guang Saintess' smile could topple a city. The Prince of Great Xia replied politely and didn't put on any airs as one of the successors of an immortal dynasty. He said, Fairy is like the bright moon in the sky. If you can make friends with my royal sister, it will be a blessing. Yifan didn't receive such good treatment. The more the prince looked at him, the more annoyed he became. He frowned and really wanted to kick him away from the little nun in white. Boundless celestial being, this poor Taoist came to deliver the imperial heavenly book. Since Your Highness doesn't want to accept it, then I'll go find another fated person. This poor Taoist is leaving. Yifan walked away. Hey, Taoist, can you show me the prayer beads again? The little nun in white called out softly. The Great Xia Prince didn't say anything. He just glanced at his sister. The pure and elegant little nun muttered and didn't say anything else. Yao Guang Saintess also wanted to leave. She floated away and chased after Yifan. She said, Taoist, this way please. Okay. Yifan understood that she was just here to pass on the message because the saintess had invited him. After passing through a rock garden and a small stone bridge over a spring, the two of them arrived at a quiet courtyard. This place was paved with cobblestones and there was a bamboo forest. There was a stone table in the forest with 4 stone stools placed beside it. It was quiet and peaceful. Jade Lake Saintess was performing the way of tea. Her hands were light and nimble. Every movement she made had a natural Tao. She completely blended into the scenery and the faint fragrance of tea wafted over with the wind. Jade Lake's fairy's tea skills are the same as her zither skills. They are close to the Tao realm, but she never shows them. This is really rare. It is obvious that she treats you as an important guest. Yao Shi's body swayed. Her skin was as white as jade and sparkled. She turned around and smiled. This kind of beauty naturally made Yi Fan think of the battle between the two of them. Her celestial body was almost completely naked. It was a beautiful scene. Taoist, have you really cultivated for 300 years? Yao Shi smiled. I'm ashamed. I've lived in vain for more than 300 years, but I've accomplished nothing. Yi Fan chanted. Yao Shi pursed her lips and smiled. Her hair danced in the wind and she said, I think you have a young heart. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He was just distracted for a moment and she felt something was wrong. She was very sharp and he had to be careful to not give himself away. Fairy is such a peerless beauty. Even a 1,000-year-old elder would have to face her calmly. It is normal for me to be distracted. The two came to the bamboo forest. The Jade Lake Saint's movements were gentle. Her slender fingers traced a beautiful path, giving people a visual enjoyment. The various tea sets on the table seemed to come to life. The fragrance of tea permeated the air. Taoist, please have some tea. The saint's sweet voice was heard. She picked up the teacup and handed it over. Yi Fan thanked her and asked, What do you need me for? Taoist, you are too polite. There is indeed something I need your help with, the saint said softly. Jade Lake has a long history and stands at the top of the clouds. What can't I solve? My ability is limited. I am afraid I will have to disappoint you, Yi Fan said calmly. I want to invite you to Jade Lake. What is it? There are some mysterious stones that are extraordinary. I want you to inspect them. The saint had only revealed this bit of information, but it was enough to shock Yi Fan. Those stones must have a shocking origin. Can't Jade Lake just cut them open? The saint shook her head and said, I can't cut them open before I figure it out. Yi Fan was even more certain that those stones were extraordinary. I'm afraid it will be a stone appreciation event, Yao Shi said with a smile. Indeed, many people will be invited to the Jade Lake. There will be many distinguished guests arriving, the Jade Lake Saintess replied. There was no doubt that it would be a grand event. Many extraordinary people would enter Jade Lake. It's a pity that I have something important to do. I can't be here for the time being, Yi Fan declined. It's okay. If you have something important to do, I can't force you. The Jade Lake Saintess took out a jade pendant and said, However, if you're free, you can take this pendant to any Jade Lake Celestial Stone Market in the northern region. They'll definitely guide you to the Jade Lake. Yi Fan quickly expressed his gratitude and said, It would be a great regret for me if I missed such a grand event. I will definitely pay a visit after I deal with the important matters. When Yi Fan left the bamboo forest, the people outside had already left. He didn't see Wu Zhongtian or Tu Fei, but he didn't look for them. He left the city directly. Outside Kunyan City, flames shot up to the sky. Even from a distance, one could feel the horrible energy. 10 miles outside the city, a great battle was going on. Many cultivators were flying there. Yao Guang's saint is indeed undefeatable. This is terrifying. Many people were discussing. Soon Yi Fan found Wu Zhongtian and Li Heishui. They were all watching the battle. In front of him, in the center of a reddish-brown land, Yao Guang's saint stood alone. His whole body was emitting golden light. He was like a heaven and earth furnace, burning everything. His powerful energy made many people tremble. 2 motionless corpses were at his feet. They were both white-haired seniors. Meanwhile, in the sky, there were 3 elders currently roaring, rushing towards him. Unfortunately, the entire world was shrouded in holy light like a copper furnace refining the world. Nothing could break it. Yao Guang's saint stood there like a god. He was impervious to all techniques. He was like a lofty mountain, majestic and unmoving. He was like the bright sun, shining brilliantly. People couldn't look straight at him. Boom! He punched toward the sky. Divine light covered the sun and the firmament trembled. It had the power to swallow the world. One of the older generation experts who charged over was instantly torn to pieces. Another person shouted and swooped down. He took out a terrifying weapon that lit up the sky like a comet. It tore through the air and attacked Yao Guang's Saint Child. His battle prowess surged, and his murderous intent soared to the sky. However, Yao Guang's holy light was truly unrivaled. It shook the mountains and rivers. The blazing light filled the sky. The heaven and earth bronze furnace created the world. The holy light overflowed and pierced through the clouds. The firmament was resplendent. Boom! The brilliant light filled the sky and burned endlessly. The sky was blinding. That terrifying weapon vaporized on the spot, and that senior expert evaporated in the blink of an eye. He was completely melted and disappeared without a trace. When the third person arrived, Yao Guang's body was flowing with golden radiance. His hair was golden like gold, dancing in the wind. His eyes shot out two beams of golden light as he lightly shouted, "Kill!" Bang! That expert in the sky was actually smashed into pieces on the spot. His corpse fell down and died immediately. This is too frightening. 5 experts have all cultivated to the third secret realm, yet they were all killed. This Yao Guang's divine might is truly frightening. Terrifying. How daunting. At this realm, he is almost invincible among those at the same level. Yao Guang is indeed a genius of the present age. Even though the Ji family has a bright moon in the sky and the Jiang family has a divine body, I'm afraid they can't cover Yao Guang's unrivaled style. Even a divine body can't suppress such a character. At this moment, Yao Guang was truly like a god. His entire body was glowing, and even his hair was no exception. Purified the entire heaven and earth. His qi and blood surged and boiled like magma, making others unable to get close. He was like a copper cauldron that could refine the entire world. I can't stand this aura. Some cultivators groaned. Their bodies were powerless as they retreated. His life force is too exuberant. It almost covers half the sky. His qi and blood are like blades. When they are released naturally, they can hurt the souls of others. Yao Guang was indeed like what they said. The blood in his body was like blades and rainbows, forcing everyone to retreat. Wu Zhongtian sighed and said, "I am no match for him. Once the sacred light technique is used, I'm afraid he is truly invincible among those of the same generation. Such a technique is unparalleled in the world. If Divine King Jiang doesn't use his battle saint technique, there is no way he can compete with him. Invincible, overflowing holy light, melting the heaven and earth. I am the only one. He is much more terrifying than Yao Guang when he was young. Right now, the only one who can compete with him is the prince of the Xia kingdom who cultivates the Tai imperial scripture. Unfortunately, Divine King Jiang's attacking saint technique has disappeared forever." Chapter 218. If Divine King Jiang didn't use his battle saint technique, who could compete with him? Yao Guang's saint son was considered to have surpassed the young Yao Guang saint lord. In the current Eastern Baron territory, the Ji family and the Jiang family each had a god body. They were considered to be the strongest warriors in the next 3,000 to 4,000 years. Living in the same era with a god body was a tragedy to other cultivators. Even if you were a genius, you would be overshadowed by a divine king at great accomplishment. However, at this moment outside of Kunyan City, many people had a strange feeling. Yao Guang's saint son was an exception. No one in his generation could overshadow his light, not even the divine kings. 5 forefathers were lying under his feet. He had killed 5 great warriors in just a few moves. How elegant was this? It was really shocking. He was like a divine furnace in the heaven domain that could refine everything in this world. His essence qi was like a sea or a tide, surging up and covering half of the sky. Many people couldn't bear it. Their souls were hurt, their minds were hurt, and their souls were hurt. Any random movement from him would cause boundless holy light to soar into the sky. Just a slight lift of his hand would cause a blazing brilliance to engulf all 10 directions. He was like an immortal king looking down on the mortal world. The holy light he released naturally covered the entire sky. "Little brother Yi, you're so proud of yourself." Li Heishui and the others saw Yi Fan, but they didn't come to greet him. They just sent him messages. "What do I have to be proud of?" Yi Fan didn't understand. You fake bull nose, don't try to fool us. I'm a little suspicious now. Are you that wicked Taoist? Why do I feel you're even worse than him? Li Heishui mumbled. I'm passionate and righteous. How can you slander me like this? Tu Fei screamed. Little Yi, you're so wicked. You're so young. But your heart is darker than Li Heishui's. If Yao Shi finds out it's you, I can't imagine her face. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Li Heishui was discontented. How is my heart dark? I'm pure. Don't use this kid to defile me. Then, he rubbed his hands and said, I'm really looking forward to it. Little Yezi, you have to keep up the good work and continue to flirt with the Yaoguang Saintess. I want to see her expression when she finds out everything. The two of you are really worthless. Am I that bad? I just happened to be there, it was completely unintentional. Come on, you did it on purpose. Don't say any more. The more you explain, the more hypocritical you become. It's just that my brothers think highly of you. Jiang Huairan also transmitted his voice. You even dared to hold the hand of a little nun in front of the Prince of Great Xia. You have a bright future and you have courage. There is nothing that you won't dare to do in the future. You are indeed a genius in our profession. Now, you and Yaoguang Saintess have reunited. We have to try our best to make it work. Lu Ko smirked. What do you mean by that? Of course, you and her will hook up with each other. But don't be seduced by her beauty. You have to lurk and strike them at the right time. We will do our best to cooperate with you. I hope that the two of you will end up together. Yi Fan didn't avoid them. He boldly stood with the others. Of course, he didn't say anything. He just communicated with them discreetly. They looked like they knew each other, but they didn't give people the feeling that they were best friends. At the same time, Yi Fan warmly greeted the people around as if they were close friends. Don't worry, they won't find us. We've arranged it well. At most, people will think that we know each other, said Wu Zhongtian discreetly. All right, let's go. Tu Fei said goodbye to Li Heishui and the others and then flew away. At this moment, Yaoguang Saint's son strode forward. With each step, a halo appeared. The halos under his feet connected with each other. Behind his head was a dazzling disk that shone everywhere, making him look like a god. Wu Zhongtian didn't leave immediately. He faced Yaoguang Saint's son from a distance. He didn't say anything and just shot up into the sky one last time. Yaoguang Saint's son smiled brightly and nodded. Then, he turned into a jet of sunglow, leaving a beam of gold sunlight in the sky as he dashed towards Kuan-Yun City. The 9 secret killing holy technique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He didn't linger, flying towards the horizon before the crowd dispersed. The 9 secret techniques were the supreme secret techniques that represented the acme of each domain. As Yi Fan had mastered 2 of them, he had comprehended the endless power Upanishads. He believed that when he swaggered around the world in the future, these 2 secret techniques would be his strong support. Yi Fan was satisfied with this trip to Kuan-Yun City. He got the chance to enter the Jade Lake. Now he was rushing towards the Qingxia sect as fast as lightning. The reason why he didn't enter the Jade Lake immediately was that he wanted to be absolutely safe. The sky and earth changing great technique could fool the descendants of the Holy Lands, but it couldn't escape the Saint Mother Yao Qi's immortal eyes. If he found something wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, he didn't have much time to waste. He needed to solve this problem immediately. It was urgent. The Qingxia sect was still the same. The mountains were green and the water was beautiful. The 18 peaks were covered in mist and clouds. The spring water hung high. The scenery was so beautiful. Yi Fan transformed into his real body and returned to the Qingxia sect. Seeing the young demon king come back, the others had complicated feelings. The fire cult, the sunset school, the 7-star pavilion, and the mysterious moon cave didn't attack us? Although they didn't attack us, some mysterious people often show up and covet our Qingxia, answered the elders of the Qingxia sect. Yi Fan sneered and said, You guys should leave the Qingxia sect. Come back after 20 days. I will solve all the problems then. We leave the Qingxia sect. The 3 elders were troubled. Leave. I'm afraid they have seen the real situation. They can't wait anymore. If we stay here, our sect will be destroyed. Yifan turned around and said, I'm not asking you guys to leave the Qingxia sect. I just want you to be patient and retreat. In fact, he could find Wu Zhongtian, Tu Fei, and the others to destroy the 4 sections. But he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to attract the attention of outsiders. These few little bandits were influential figures in the northern region. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching them? It would be troublesome if they managed to drag him out by following the clues. After sending everyone away, Yifan also left the Qingxia sect and went into seclusion. Half a square meter, 1,600 and 700 kilograms, was enough for Yifan to break through the first realm of the Dao Palace. He found a secret place hundreds of miles away from the Qingxia sect and created a cave in a stone mountain. For half a month, Yifan was in seclusion. The heavenly sun in his body, the heart divine treasure, became more and more fiery. It was like a lotus that hadn't bloomed yet. It gave birth to wisps of essence energy, but it still hadn't transformed into a god. This made him feel strange. He had already refined 1,000 kilograms of essence energy. How could there be no change? But during this process, he felt his body's strength. The heavenly sun in his body rose and fell slowly. The cycle repeated, and the innate essence burned fiercely. The nourishment from the acquired essence flowed into the divine treasure. It became more and more red and sparkling. As if it had become a real heavenly Sunday, Yifan's body rumbled. He saw the boundless sea, the rising and setting of the sun. He saw life and vitality. Endless vitality was being nurtured, and endless power of the Tao was flowing. Boom! It was like the sun in the sky. The heart divine treasure rose and settled in the void of the human body world. It was like a blazing sun in the sky. It reached its peak, and an endless aura spread out. Yifan knew clearly that he had broken through the first realm of the Tao Palace and crossed this hurdle. But his transformation was different from the others. He didn't transform into a god, and the heavenly sun was still hanging there. The heart divine treasure reached the peak, entering completion. Although no god appeared, Yifan wasn't disappointed. In fact, he didn't want another him to appear in his body. That was what he wanted the most. He didn't understand why no god appeared, but he could feel his own strength. He felt like he could shatter mountains and rivers with a stomp of his feet. I need this feeling. I don't need the so-called God. The heart divine treasure should be like this. Transform into the heavenly sun and be used by me. Streak after streak of raging flames rushed out from his body. That was innate essence, wrapped around by the Hotion essence flames, burning fiercely. It was as if Yifan had been reborn from the flames. All of his clothes were burned away, his skin sparkling and sparkling, full of mysterious power. Only after a long time did the essence fire disappear and hide in his body. In the world of his body, the fog was hazy. He walked into the next divine treasure, and it was like he was on the path to heaven. After successfully crossing that step, it was like the difference between a mortal and a celestial. The power of the second realm of the Tao Palace was many times stronger than the first realm. There was indeed an insurmountable gap. The heavenly sun shone in the sky, floating above his head and illuminating the path ahead. Soon Yifan felt an incomparably sharp aura. He had found the divine treasure of the lungs, which belonged to the metal element in the 5 elements. The divine treasure of the lungs was connected to the spirit Qi God Tao. It covered the organs and was located at the highest position. It was known as the canopy and the head of the 5 organs. The essence of heaven and earth was the purest, and it breathed in and out the divine source of heaven and earth. It was the most important of the 5 great divine treasures. He felt a flourishing vitality. This divine treasure transported essence, qi, and spirit to be dispersed throughout the entire body, reaching the skin and hair outside to nourish the internal organs, limbs, bones, muscles, skin, and hair. Its effect was so great that it was unimaginable. There were still hundreds of kilograms of source in front of Yifan. He sat cross-legged and refined it continuously. The endless source qi was all absorbed into his body and into the canopy divine treasure. All qi belonged to the lungs. Every breath was connected to the heavens. This was the fundamental meaning recorded in various ancient scriptures. After successfully entering this realm, Yifan felt all the pores on his body open up. It was as if he was connected to heaven and earth. The speed at which he mobilized the essence of heaven and earth was many times faster. This is indeed a realm, a world. Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. According to this change, his cultivation speed would be greatly increased. The huge amount of essence of heaven and earth he mobilized would make a qualitative leap in his strength. On the 18th day, Yifan's essence surged. Dragon qi coiled around his body and rushed out, just like the imperial dragon qi of a prince of Great Xia. Bang! Yifan's body flickered with brilliance. He broke through the stone wall and rushed out of the cave abode. He took a step and reached the sky. 2 sharp rays shot out from his eyes. His strength had greatly increased. Although the great art of heaven and earth transformation couldn't change the landscape, it could change his body to perfection. I can enter the Jade Lake Holy Land now. Yifan put on a Taoist robe and walked in the void. His sleeves fluttered as he used crazy Ol's footwork. In almost a moment, he returned to Qingxia. The Green Mountains were still there. Unfortunately, many buildings had collapsed. All kinds of herbs had been pulled out. Even some stone walls had been dug away because of the mantras carved on them. In addition, Yifan also saw a few corpses. They were all disciples of Qingxia. They didn't run away and all died a violent death. The main peak of Qingxia was also cut off and transported away. Yifan knew that the main peak of Qingxia was engraved with the insights of the previous headmasters. It was a precious treasure for the 4 sections. How thorough! Yifan buried the corpses of the disciples of Qingxia. He then turned around and stood in front of the waterfall, letting the mist fill the air. Who are you, Taoist? How dare you come here to investigate? Liu Ran, the successor of the mysterious moon cave, waved his folding fan and walked out. On the other side, Du Chengquan, the eldest disciple of the mythical fire cult, also walked out. In addition, people from the 7 Stars Pavilion and the Sunset Sect also walked out. Yifan had already sensed them, but he didn't point them out. The successors of the 4 sects had all been slapped by him. Mythical Fire Cult, Sunset Sect, 7 Stars Pavilion, Mysterious Moon Cave. It's not easy to say that I'll let you go. He shook his head. Shameless boasting. Liu Ran sneered. Du Chengquan was also quite conceited. He said, You are also a Taoist. You must be jackals of the same lair as that fat Taoist. Don't leave today. They were full of confidence because they had already figured out the situation. Moreover, the supreme headmaster of the mysterious moon cave was sitting on the peak behind them. In addition, under another green mountain, the powerhouse of the mythical fire cult who had lived in seclusion for many years stood under a large waterfall. He let the water flow down and split in front of him, not a single drop touching him. Are you waiting here to kill me? Yifan glanced at the people present and revealed a cold smile. He said, It seems that I really have fate with great Emperor Wuxia. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found his residence. What are you talking about? Who is great Emperor Wuxia? The old man under the waterfall suddenly opened his eyes. You're born and raised in the northern region. Have you never heard of the legend of great Emperor Wuxia? Yifan asked. He really wanted to understand some information from these people, even though he didn't have much hope. Are you stalling for time? Du Chengquan said sarcastically. He said, How can there be such a person in the northern region who dares to call himself a great emperor? How arrogant. Don't make up stories. I'm talking to your lord. Don't talk nonsense. Yifan glanced at him. You're just a young Taoist priest. How dare you talk to me like this? As the eldest disciple of the mythical fire sect, Du Chengquan was proud and arrogant. He was angry that he was looked down upon by a young Taoist priest in his teens. You're about to die, but you're still pretending to be crazy. Liu Ro waved his folding fan and walked forward. Yifan snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves and sent the two of them flying. He didn't even look at them. He looked directly at the old man under the waterfall and the supreme leader of the mysterious moon cave who was sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. In the northern region, there was a great emperor in the Jiang family and an empress in the Jade Pool. But that was long before the Antiquity Age. It's been at least hundreds of thousands of years, or even 200,000 years. The old man from the mythical fire sect frowned. Great Emperor Wuxia, is there such a person? The supreme leader of the mysterious moon cave still had his eyes closed. He was sitting on a green stone at the peak of the mountain. Yifan smiled calmly and said, "Since you don't know, then forget it. I'll go and see for myself." Chapter 219. In the reddish-brown land of the northern region, the Jiang family had a great emperor, and the Jade Pool had an empress. It was because of such existences that they created the world-shaking ancient scripture and left behind ultimate weapons that they could transcend the mortal world and still prosper for hundreds of thousands of years. From the carvings in the Purple Mountain, it could be seen that the ancients admired Emperor Wuxia to the extreme. Unfortunately, because he didn't leave behind any legacy, this supreme emperor that shook the primordial era was gradually buried in the dust of history, and there weren't many people who knew of this name anymore. In the ancient times, there was Gu Tianshu, and in the last 4,000 or 5,000 years, there was Jiang Taishu. Both of them yearned for the Wuxia scripture and regretted not being able to see it. What Yifan lacked the most was a cultivation method, and he yearned for the Wuxia scripture very much. He wished he could enter the Purple Mountain protected by the 9 dragon veins and open the thick stone scripture. "Patriarch, you must not let this Taoist escape. I believe he must be from the same sect as that fat Taoist." Du Chunkuan's eyes were spitting fire as he struggled to get up from the ground. "Sovereign sect master, you must kill this bastard." Liu Ran was furious. He ordered the surrounding disciples, "Seal the mountain and seal the green light sect. Don't let him escape." Yifan glanced at them and shook his head. "Let me do it." He tossed out all 108 flags, shooting towards the 18 peaks of Green Dawn, completely trapping this place. "You actually sealed us here?" Du Chunkuan and Liu Ran were deeply surprised by Yifan's actions, and then they sneered. Does he really think he's a grandmaster? He wants to defeat the sovereign sect master at this age. Ha ha ha. The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern, with his white hair fluttering in the wind, sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were as bright as 2 pearls, and said, "Are you very confident that you want to kill all of us here? I think it should be possible." Yifan smiled. "I can see that you're a young man. The younger generation will surpass us in time." The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cave stood up and said, "I just don't know if you really have the strength. You'll know after you try. Even if you are a descendant of a sacred land, you still don't dare to walk the mortal world at your age. You are quite conceited." The Grand Elder of the Li Fire sect walked out of the waterfall. "Today, it's useless to say anything else. You're waiting here to kill me." Yifan unfolded his Taoist robe and also walked forward. "I came back to kill you all. It can be said that only one of us can survive." The surrounding disciples saw what happened and started discussing. Many of them found it hard to believe that a young man could defeat 2 elders from the Holy Ji Palace secret plane. Is he crazy? Although he can send senior brotherly flying, how can he compare to the supreme sect master? Don't you know that there are some people in this world who are extremely conceited? They always want to measure how high the sky is and how thick it is, and in the end, they will send themselves to their graves, ha ha ha. In such a desolate area, for such a low-level sect, no matter how talented they were, it was impossible for them to cultivate to such a frightening level. Because they had all heard that even the outstanding disciples of a sacred land would find it difficult to do so at this age. Don't tell me he really has a sect, and he's already here. Otherwise, isn't he just courting death? Some people are willing to die. What are you worried about? If I were the supreme sect master, I would directly break all the bones in his body with a slap. However, I'll let him live for a few more hours. I won't kill him immediately and let him taste the bitter consequences of his arrogance." Yifan looked back at them. Although his gaze was calm, these people could not help but shut their mouths. Let me see what you have up your sleeve. In front of the waterfall, the Grand Elder of the Lee Fire sect floated over like a ghost. His feet did not touch the ground, and his body did not shake. He floated over like a ghost when he was still 10 feet away. His arm shook violently, and his right hand formed the shape of a claw. Every finger was several meters long, and they were all black and blue. Purple lightning coiled around them, crackling. A heart-palpitating aura instantly suffused the sky. It was a destructive force that was violent and terrifying. The huge black claw was still expanding. In almost an instant, it covered an area of over 100 meters. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like a dark cloud that completely enveloped Yifan. Kacha! Blood-colored lightning crisscrossed and descended from the huge claw. This was the combination of a secret technique and divine power. It was swift and domineering. The huge claw swept through the sky and covered the heavens and the earth. Such a powerful attack made one feel suffocated. Yifan faced it calmly. His response was simple and direct. He waved his right fist to meet the attack. The golden fist did not seem to be made of flesh and blood. It radiated light as if it had just been tempered in a divine furnace. Everyone present was filled with confidence in the Grand Elder of the Lee Fire sect. After all, he was a senior expert at the 3rd level of the Tao Palace. Could not be said that it would be easy for him to deal with a young expert. Boom! However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The golden fist flew up and instantly shattered the huge claw of light. Its power did not diminish, and lightning flashed. Bang! Yifan's golden fist had unparalleled destructive power. It was indestructible and destroyed the palm and fingers of the Grand Elder of the Lee Fire sect in an instant. Blood splattered and light flashed. The Grand Elder of the Lee Fire sect felt as if he had been kissed by a snake. Half of his body trembled and he was sent flying. It was hard to imagine how much power Yifan's golden fist had. What he had actually touched was the claw of light. The golden astral wind had merely brushed past the flesh of the Grand Elder, but it was already too much for him to bear. His entire right arm was completely deformed and twisted. How is this possible? How old is he? How can his physical body be so strong? He actually sent a senior expert at the 3rd level of the Tao Palace flying. Isn't this too unbelievable? His physical body is comparable to a precious treasure. Pure physical strength crushed the Grand Elder's arm. The disciples all sucked in a cold breath. They had never expected such an outcome. Thinking of what they had said not long ago, they felt a chill in their hearts. This little Taoist was simply a monster. He was probably even more terrifying than the successors of holy lands of the same age. No one could laugh against such an opponent. At that moment, everyone looked at Yifan. They were shocked to find that he was standing with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering. That attack just now had been very casual. You! The Grand Elder of the Lee Fire sect was shocked and could not be described with words. His head of gray hair danced in the wind as he quickly reconnected his broken arm. With a loud shout, his palm and fingers moved slowly, as if he was lifting a mountain. A terrifying aura shook out, like a raging wave hitting the sky. Boom! In his arms, a mountain actually appeared. Standing with the mountain in his arms, it filled his chest and emitted an indescribable pressure. It was an unparalleled pressure. Mountain-embracing seal, the disciples of the Lee Fire sect exclaimed. This was the ultimate skill of the Lee Fire sect, the highest secret of the sect. Several generations of sect leaders had not been able to cultivate it, and they did not expect the strongest Grand Elder of the sect to succeed. Such a real mountain, although not big and could even be said to be very small, the terrifying pressure shook people's hearts. Wisps of mist flowed out. This mountain was held in the arms of the Grand Elder of the mythical fire sect. It was extremely heavy, and the void beneath his feet collapsed under his weight. Suppress. The Grand Elder of the Lee Fire sect only shouted a single word. The mountain-embracing seal pressed down. Unstoppable. A huge mountain stood high in the sky. The power it exuded could tear one's soul apart. Many people felt a terrifying sense of suffocation, unable to breathe. The surrounding young disciples immediately went limp on the ground. This great pressure was like a demonic mountain pressing down on them. They could not bear it at all. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. The old cultivator at the third level of the Doctrine Palace was indeed terrifying. Each level was like heaven and earth. Being one level higher was equivalent to ascending to another level of heaven. This was like the gap between immortals and mortals. It was a gap that could not be crossed. If it were any other cultivator, they would not be able to resist and would certainly be crushed to death on the spot. However, Yifan's body was special. His body was like a bottomless pit. In the process of cultivation, the amount of spiritual qi he needed was much higher than that of ordinary people. This also gave him the foundation to fight immortals as a mortal. He could cross the chasm of heaven and earth and kill strong cultivators of a higher level. Mountain-embracing seal, you can't kill me. Although Yifan shouted in a low voice, he did not dare to underestimate it. His expression was solemn. His hands moved slowly, and a terrifying aura also burst forth. Above his head, a huge mountain appeared in the sky. It was like it had crossed through the ancient world, breaking through time and space. It was endlessly majestic and imposing, causing one's heart, soul, and spirit to tremble uncontrollably. Although it was blurry at first, it quickly became clear. It was like a dragon rising from the sea, like a pillar rising from the earth. The huge mountain was like the sky. The majestic ancient mountain stood above Yifan. It was as if he was carrying the blue sky on his back. At this moment, with Yifan as the center, powerful energy waves roared like a roaring river. They rushed out and wreaked havoc in all directions. Above his head, the huge mountain reached the sky. Silver waterfalls poured down. Long rivers surged. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and birds and beasts flew away. Everything was clearly visible. Mountain River Great Seal, Yifan shouted. His hands held up to the sky. The huge mountain flew across the sky. Like the sea emerging from the abyss, it split the sky. This was one of the 9 secrets, an unparalleled secret art of killing. It moved in all directions, and everyone's heart trembled with fear. The huge mountain pressed down, suppressing the huge mountain in front. The Mountain River Great Seal against the Mountain Embracing Seal. The mountains collided. It was as if the sea was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was turning upside down. The terrifying aura shook in all directions. There were violent waves everywhere. There were beams of light everywhere. There was destructive power everywhere. There was no longer a peaceful place under the sky. There was a boundless explosion. The world was overturned. After the 2 mountains collided, a violent and tyrannical aura swept through the world, rushing in all directions. The Mountain River Embracing Seal was completely defeated. The Mountain River Great Seal condensed and didn't dissipate. It split the sky and shook the earth. The chest of the Li Fire cult's supreme elder caved in. His body shriveled like a broken drum. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away. The bones all over his body made cracking sounds. It was obvious that they were broken in many places. Many places were completely deformed. Yifan stood with his head held high. He wasn't injured at all. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. He strode in the air, agile and elegant. Each step covered 100 meters. It was as if he had shrunk the earth to inches. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Supreme Elder. The Mountain River Great Seal trembled. Its pressure was as heavy as the sky as it hung above his head. 2 sharp rays of light shot out from Yifan's eyes. The Mountain River Great Seal pressed down, causing one's mind and soul to tremble. Although the body of the Li Fire cult's Supreme Elder was broken, he was indeed a very powerful cultivator. He opened his mouth and spat out a shining copper cauldron. The copper cauldron was only an inch tall. It was extremely sparkling and bright. It spread out in the wind and rapidly enlarged. In an instant, it stood horizontally in front of him, blocking the Mountain River Great Seal. Dang! The Mountain River Great Seal pressed down and collided with the copper cauldron. There was a loud sound like the vibration of a great bell. Yifan was shocked. This copper cauldron wasn't damaged. It was still enlarging and towering between the heaven and earth. It had the aura of eternal immortality. "Kill!" he lightly shouted and continued to activate the mountain river Great Seal. He didn't believe that this copper cauldron could block the battle saint technique. Dang! The long, vibrating sound resounded through the heaven and earth. The copper cauldron shook again. At the same time, it enlarged a lot. It was already standing in the air like a mountain peak. At the same time, the shriveled body of the Lee Fire Cult's supreme elder crackled. All the bones in his body were reconnecting and his muscles bulged. Although his vitality was greatly injured and his essence blood was damaged, he had the ability to fight again in a short period of time. He activated his potential and Tao energy. Boom! The flames in the copper cauldron soared into the sky. The Lee Fire Cult's supreme elder took this chance to escape. He stood in the air and looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. Such a great defeat caused his heart to turn cold. At this moment, everyone felt a wave of fear. Such a young Taoist had such terrifying battle prowess. The mountain river Great Seal had completely defeated the Lee Fire Cult's supreme elder. It was truly frightening. The disciples who were paralyzed on the ground just now finally woke up and quickly retreated. When they looked at Yi Fan again, they all felt their scalps go numb. This young Taoist with a gentle smile made them feel endless fear. They couldn't help but feel a lingering fear when they thought of what they had said. The mysterious Moon Cave's elite disciple Li Yuran and the Lee Fire Cult's sect leader's eldest disciple Du Chengquan all had ashen faces. This young Taoist was much younger than them, but he was so powerful that the older generation had almost died. The outstanding disciples of the holy grounds are only SOSO, the Lee Fire Cult's supreme elder side. They! Yi Fan smiled and slowly walked forward. On the mountain peak, the mysterious Moon Cave's supreme elder descended and said, "It's even more shocking that you aren't a disciple of the holy grounds. In the future, you will definitely become a great enemy of the great sage's holy sons and holy daughters." Yi Fan had to face these two opponents. The third stage of the Tao Palace was a world above him. They were indeed formidable opponents. If he is allowed to grow, we will be in great trouble. We can only join forces now. The Lee Fire Cult's supreme elder had a solemn expression. "All right, I'm going to annihilate a genius today." The sovereign sect's master of Dark Moon Cave nodded. "I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to kill me. Let me send you on your way." Yi Fan's expression was calm, but a formless killing intent filled the surroundings. At this moment, he seemed to be one with the heavens. The aura of the Tao flowed with every move he made, and his body vibrated with terrifying Tao energy. Along with his divine treasure of lungs, he drew upon the power of the world. It really seemed like a blue sky was pressing down. He carried the blue sky on his back, and the mountain river seal was suspended above his head. Birds and beasts flew around, and a silver waterfall poured down. The mountains and rivers were vast, simple, yet grand and majestic. Chapter 220. The young Taoist in his teens stood there quietly with clear eyes and his clothes fluttering in the wind. He had a delicate appearance, but at this moment, the mountain and river seal floated above his head, giving off an otherworldly aura that made the surroundings go silent. This was a strange scene. The Supreme Elder and mysterious Moon Cave's Supreme Sect Master were filled with surging killing intent. Their bodies were like furnaces as they faced this young man as if they were facing a great enemy. "Tut!" the Supreme Elder shouted and was the first to attack. He opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling beam of light that froze in midair. The bronze furnace appeared once more. It shone brightly and quickly grew from an inch tall. In the blink of an eye, it stood towering in the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. Rumble! The furnace shook and a tsunami-like sound suddenly rang out. It was so loud that it caused everyone's ears to ring. The lid of the furnace flickered with brilliance. Although it was made of copper, it was almost transparent like a five-colored glass. The raging flames inside could be seen clearly. Crack! The lid of the furnace moved. The five-colored glass flickered and the lid slid open. Instantly, flames shot into the sky. A blazing inferno swept high into the sky. It was an extremely terrifying temperature. The copper furnace towered in midair. On a green peak right next to it, a waterfall that was falling down was instantly evaporated. A hazy mist swept in all directions. The bone-chilling heat made everyone sweat like rain. Their flesh and blood were about to dry up, and many people's hair started to burn. In the distance, the disciples were astounded. They could feel such a terrifying feeling even outside the battlefield. If they were closer, they would probably be turned into ashes immediately. The sect guarding Bronze Furnace really is terrifying. Many of the Li Fire sect disciples felt fear, but at the same time, confidence also grew in their hearts. The Grand Elder had even brought out the sect's ultimate killing weapon. If he still couldn't burn this youth to death, then he would really be a monster. The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cave's white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes flickered as he said, "The sect guarding Bronze Furnace of the Li Fire sect is truly awe-inspiring." As the supreme sect master of a sect, he sighed with emotion. One could imagine how terrifying this furnace was. It was definitely a terrifying weapon. The bronze cauldron was like a great mountain. It descended towards Yifan. The entire sky was covered in red radiance. This was an enormous pressure that caused one's heart to tremble with fear. It could burn one's soul and bones, refine one's flesh, and burn everything in all directions. Yifan's Taoist robes fluttered in the wind as he stepped into the sky. The great mountain and river seal above his head transformed into a brilliant light. The mountains and rivers were vast and boundless, exuding a vigorous atmosphere as it imprinted towards the copper cauldron. Clang! The great imprint was like the heavens as it smashed into the copper furnace. It was as if a dragon was splitting the heavens, and the sound was distant. Many people's ears immediately bled, as if they had been cut by a sharp sword. Ah! Quite a few people cried out miserably, covering their ears in pain. They were sent flying by the formless sound wave, leaving everyone horrified. The mythical fire cult's cult guarding copper cauldron had a monstrous might of fire, and the sound it produced could injure others. It possessed incomparable destructive power. No one knew better than Yifan how terrifying the great seal of mountains and rivers was. At this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked that it had not cracked the copper furnace. One could imagine how extraordinary the furnace was. Boom! The flames were like a waterfall, pouring down from the copper furnace towards Yifan. The scarlet-red splendor filled the sky, and everything was red. In the distant sky, those disciples cried out because of Yifan. Some people's clothes burned on their own, turning into ashes. Endlessly fire roiled and boiled. There was nothing else in the world except red light. Yifan used the great seal of mountains and rivers to press down on the huge furnace, wanting to forcibly lock it in place. Clang! He did not retreat, but instead advanced. He rushed over, his golden palm swinging like a millstone, continuously striking the huge copper cauldron. An ear-piercing sound resounded through the world. The millstone-sized golden palm was like a windmill, striking the copper cauldron until flames overflowed in all directions. Golden light soared into the sky. This kind of terrifying power made the spectators' hearts jump. Clang, clang, clang. Yifan was like the wind, like lightning, circling around the 100-meter-tall cauldron. It was unknown how many times he had struck out, but the sparkling walls of the cauldron incessantly resounded. His physical body was extremely powerful, and no one could say how much power he had when using the battle saint technique. But he still could not break the cauldron. Clang, clang. The golden palm struck the cauldron so hard that it shook the sky. Deep palm prints were imprinted on the surface, and even the patterns were incomparably clear. But after a short period of time, they naturally disappeared. Boom! The flames were torrential. The scarlet flames in the copper cauldron surged like water, drowning towards Yifan. It was as if it could burn everything in the world. At this moment, even the spectators in the distant sky felt their flesh lacerated. The Li fire was turbulent, falling from the mouth of the cauldron with no way to stop it. Bzzz. Yifan's palm and fingers shook. The golden light became even more intense, almost translucent. This was the great seal of 9 secrets, and when it was swung, It possessed an unfathomable power. Clang! The millstone-sized golden palm slammed into the sky, scattering the falling leaf fire. The great golden seal heavily slammed into the wall of the cauldron. This kind of drawn-out, vibrating sound resounded through the azure clouds. The sound traveled for dozens of miles, almost splitting the eardrums of those who heard it. A palm print that was half a meter deep was deeply imprinted on the copper furnace, but it did not break or disappear, and quickly recovered. Yifan frowned. The Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers and the Great Golden Seal of Nine Secrets were both offensive techniques he had used, but they were unable to break this cauldron. This made him apprehensive. He used Crazy Ole's footwork and was about to soar into the sky towards the honorable elder of the Leaf Fire cult. Since he could not break this cauldron, he wanted to kill the controller. The honorable elder of the Leaf Fire cult had previously fought with his physical body and suffered a great loss. He was already wary and had been on guard, afraid that Yifan would come to him. Birth of the Fire Phoenix, the honorable elder of the Leaf Fire cult shouted. A fire phoenix suddenly rushed out of the huge cauldron in the sky. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. Flames and lava surged, like a long river, rushing into the sky. The cry of the phoenix shook the sky, clear and distant. The fire phoenix was in the sky, and beside it, there were 81 streams of lava, like waterfalls flowing in reverse. The sky was filled with crimson light, and the void seemed to be distorted by the heat. The green mountain next to it withered in an instant, and all the plants on the peak of the mountain were turned into ashes. The rocks on the mountain peak melted, turning into a layer of red liquid that slowly flowed down. The waterfall dried up, but the rivers of fire continued to flow down. This scene made people's hearts palpitate. The blazing temperature made everyone feel fear. The fire phoenix seemed to have a mind of its own. It swooped down, pouncing towards Yifan. The 81 rivers of fire surged over at the same time. Boom! The mountain peak to the side was touched and instantly melted. The 10-meter-tall mountain peak instantly disappeared, turning into lava and then into gas, rising into the sky. Such a terrifying temperature caused even Yifan's expression to change. This cauldron made him feel an extraordinary energy. Rise! The mountain and river seal was raised by Yifan with a single hand and struck towards the fire phoenix. Boom! The flames soared into the sky. The fire phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry. It flew backwards, its divine wings disheveled. Flames rushed in all directions. Beside them, the mountain that had lost its peak was turned into ashes again. Seal! At this moment, the honorable sect master of the Mystic Moon Cavern, who hadn't made a move yet, made his move. He grasped the opportunity and ruthlessly and accurately pushed Yifan into a dead end. When the mountain and river seal once again struck towards the fire phoenix, he shook his hand and a scroll appeared. In an instant, it covered the sky and covered the earth. The fire soared into the sky. Yifan used the mountain and river seal to kill the fire phoenix, but the scroll immediately enveloped him like a world covering the sky. The scroll formed a pure land of its own. It had a terrifying, devouring power that wanted to suck him in. Yifan was fearless. His golden palm shook towards the sky, wanting to tear this demonic painting apart. However, at this moment, the lid of the cauldron flew up completely. All the flames were restrained, like a black hole that could swallow the world. Bang! Yifan attacked the demonic painting but didn't fall into it. He didn't want the real devouring power to come from behind and be sucked in by the bronze cauldron that towered in the sky. Multicolored light flowed, and the glass-like lid flew back with a clang. It sealed the cauldron and suppressed Yifan inside. In the distance, all the disciples cheered loudly. Everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The main thing was that Yifan was too strong. He was a young Taoist, but he was as terrifying as a demon. Everyone present felt a deep sense of dread. We've finally sucked him in. We must kill him and refine him in the cauldron forever. As expected of the sect guarding Copper Cauldron, I think we can quickly burn him to ashes and make him unable to reincarnate. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yifan's great mountain seal, as well as its terrifying offensive power, still made them feel some lingering fear. The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern put away the huge scroll that covered the sky and sighed. This Fire divine cauldron is indeed terrifying. No matter how powerful you are, you can't resist it. This is the treasure of our sect. It's a great killing weapon left behind by our predecessors. The supreme elder of the Fire sect answered with a smile. He was finally at ease after suppressing the powerful young Taoist priest. Could this be a replica of the legendary divine sun cauldron? The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern asked. The supreme elder of the Fire sect shook his head and said, "An extreme weapon? How can an ordinary person make a replica? I think it's just a failed product. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen into the hands of a small sect like ours." Quang dang, 5-colored light shot out from the lid of the cauldron and shook back and forth. The entire cauldron was shaking violently. "Oh no, he's going to charge out." The supreme elder of the Fire sect was shocked. "How can this be possible? Isn't the ultimate killing weapon of the Fire sect capable of melting everything? I've never heard of someone being able to escape after being sucked into it." The supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern revealed a shocked expression. The sound shook the sky. All the disciples were shocked and revealed terrified expressions. Clang! The lid of the cauldron flew half a foot into the air and was almost blasted away. "Seal!" The supreme elder of the Fire sect shouted. Fire surged and sealed the cauldron. At the same time, the supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern made a move. He took out the demonic painting with the intention of trapping the cauldron. Bang! Flames surged into the sky while the lid of the cauldron shot into the sky and was blasted away. Meanwhile, Yifan had shot into the sky. The supreme elder of the Fire sect and the supreme sect master of the mysterious moon cavern hadn't attacked too late, but they were still unable to stop Yifan from escaping. One of the 9 secrets, the battle saint technique, was ever-changing. Yifan had forcefully executed a few dozen offensive techniques. The formidable might of his attacks was unparalleled. The lid of the cauldron loosened and was blasted away. It was utterly impossible to seal it. Chapter 221. Withdraw! The mythical Fire sect's supreme elder shouted. His long hair was disheveled and his silver strands danced in the wind. He did his best to control the mythical fire divine furnace, wanting to suck Yifan inside again. The bronze furnace shook. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent. Flames rushed into the sky and rose rapidly. The mouth of the furnace was like a black hole, crazily devouring everything around it. Boom! The green mountain beside him trembled and its peak collapsed. The 20-meter-tall mountain peak broke off and was sucked into the mythical fire divine furnace like dust. Kacha! The green mountain was still collapsing. Even larger rocks and mountains fell off and rushed into the terrifying furnace. This was a terrifying scene. The mythical fire divine furnace's power was beyond imagination. It had the power to uproot mountains and evaporate seas, as well as the power to devour the heavens. Although Yifan managed to force his way out, he was pulled down by the furnace below and was about to enter the blazing furnace. At the same time, the 5-colored furnace flew back and directly smashed towards Yifan, wanting to press him into the furnace and seal him inside. Dang! Yifan's eyes were sharp. A large golden finger pressed down, striking the 5-colored furnace lid and sending it flying. Withdraw! The mythical fire sect's supreme elder was extremely anxious. He continuously spat out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood onto the furnace. He focused his mind on it and used all his strength to activate this great killing weapon. Rumble! Mountain rocks tumbled and large trees were uprooted, flying towards the huge black hole in the sky. Everything was swallowed up. At the side, the broken mountain collapsed once again, reaching a height of more than 20 meters. It was sucked in by the powerful divine furnace and turned into ashes. The mythical fire divine furnace could refine all things. The mouth of the furnace was pitch black, as if it was connected to the abyss of hell. Dang! Yifan was forcefully pulled down, but he didn't fall into the furnace. His feet stomped heavily on the mouth of the furnace as if a 10,000 catty hammer had smashed onto it. The sound of metal pierced through metal and cracked stone. The green mist 18 peaks were all shaking. Many people screamed and covered their ears as they fell from the sky. Blood flowed out from the gaps between their fingers. Yifan's feet were deeply imprinted on the mouth of the furnace, as if he had the power to trample the heavens. The entire furnace was shaking violently. Not far away, the Grand Elder of the distant fire sect was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and fine cracks had appeared on his body. The sovereign sect's master of Dark Moon Cave was anxious. The devilish painting he'd summoned couldn't harm Yifan if it was too far away, but it would be in danger of being devoured by the copper furnace if it was too close. Yifan stepped on the mouth of the cauldron. Facing this huge cauldron that was comparable to a mountain, he firmly stabilized himself. His body seemed to be rooted in the cauldron, and even the powerful devouring power couldn't shake him. Clang! His hands were like windmills, continuously slapping down, hitting the furnace, causing a series of loud rumbling sounds. The Li Fire cult's supreme elder's body trembled. He needed to provide a tremendous amount of divine force to activate this killing weapon. He seemed to have become one with the copper furnace. Even though the copper furnace was large, it continuously shook, as if it would be overturned at any time. Rumbling sounds rang out as flames rushed into the heavens. Yifan's golden palm and fingers were even more terrifying than other people's magic treasures. When he hit the copper cauldron, the sound was so loud that it shook the sky, leaving clear finger marks on it. PFFF. The Li Fire cult's supreme elder finally couldn't hold on any longer. His Tao energy was almost exhausted, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was on the verge of collapsing, and he was about to fall from the sky. Yifan's divine force was indomitable, and he would never tire. He was the best cultivator at the same level, and not only did his offensive power not decrease, it even grew stronger. Clang! In the end, he slapped the Li Fire divine furnace away. Even though he still couldn't shatter it, he managed to send this 100-meter-tall furnace far away. With unparalleled combat strength, an imposing aura, and an invincible killing technique, Yifan's divine might was awe-inspiring as he forcefully sent the Li Fire divine furnace flying. At this moment, he suddenly turned around. Even though he was still young, he revealed his sharpness. He stepped through the air and charged at the Li Fire cult's supreme elder. In the distance, all the young disciples were terrified, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Tut! The supreme elder of the mystic moon cavern shouted and finally attacked again. The demonic painting in his hand unfolded and covered the sky in an instant. It was like a great river that cut off the path ahead. Yifan shouted. His hands changed and formed seals continuously. His speed was extremely fast, and illusions were everywhere. It was hazy, like a 1,000-hand guanyin, or a multi-armed demon. The cry of a phoenix shook the sky. A fire phoenix soared into the sky, burning the heavens. It flapped its wings and let out a long cry. Its divine feathers flickered, and an earth-shattering phoenix might swept across the sky. The fire phoenix soared through the sky like a magnificent army galloping, and also like ancient chariots rolling across the sky. It rumbled and shook the sky. The supreme elder of the mystic moon cavern was shocked. This fire phoenix was even stronger than the one that rushed out of the bronze furnace. How did he strike out a fire phoenix? The disciples of the Li Fire cult were incomparably shocked. The 9 secrets was a supreme killing art. Once it was comprehended, it would have endless transformations and endless killing moves. Every time it was comprehended, there would be a different killing art. Just now, Yifan was sealed in the Li Fire divine furnace. Facing the monstrous flames, he felt something and formed the fire phoenix seal. Boom! The fire phoenix in the sky brought with it an earth-shattering fire as it pounced towards the huge demonic painting. The two collided fiercely, and flames were everywhere. The fire phoenix against the demonic painting. A terrifying aura filled the air and flickered incessantly. Yifan soared through the sky and appeared in front of the supreme elder of the Li Fire cult. At this point, no one could save him. Yifan's killing intent surged, and his battle prowess surged as he slashed forward with his palm. Pow! More than 10 weapons were smashed into smithereens by the battle saint technique. The golden palm slapped the body of the supreme elder of the Leaf Fire cult, and his body was immediately smashed into pieces. Even if that head was not swept by the golden palm, it was directly smashed, and white brain matter splattered out like tofu. Yifan flipped his hand and swept out. The golden palm of the millstone turned everything in the sky into dust. In the end, nothing was left. Demon King, this Taoist is a demon king. In the distant sky, the faces of the Leaf Fire cult disciples were pale. This result was difficult for them to accept. The number 1 expert of the cult with the sex divine furnace had been smashed into ashes. How could they resist? They wanted to escape, but they found that the green mist had been sealed, and there was no way out. All of their faces were ashen. The supreme sect master of the mystic moon cavern felt a chill in his heart. Even the Leaf Fire divine furnace could not suppress this little Taoist. He knew that everything pointed to disaster today. The demonic painting rustled, and it was as if a world was rising and falling. It covered the sky and pressed down on Yifan. Thousands of purple lights and tens of thousands of wisps of mist appeared. A huge whirlpool appeared, wanting to suck Yifan into the painting. Unfortunately, although the painting was extraordinary, it could not compare to the Leaf Fire divine furnace. Could not suck Yifan in at all. Bang! Yifan spread his arms and struck towards the sky. His offensive technique changed endlessly, and it lasted for an entire quarter of an hour, causing the sky to tremble. Crack! In the end, Yifan tore open the sky with his bare hands and tore apart the huge demonic painting that covered the sky. The supreme sect master of the mystic moon cavern shouted, but he was unable to change anything. Yifan arrived in the blink of an eye, and his huge golden hand covered the sky and pressed down on the supreme sect master. He sealed off the sky and raised his cultivation to the limit, displaying his most powerful battle prowess. Killing techniques emerged endlessly. Without any suspense, the golden fist pierced through and smashed the supreme sect master of the mystic moon cavern into pieces, and he died with everlasting regret. The wind from the golden fist shook, and the supreme sect master of the mystic moon cavern was reduced to ashes. He was erased from this world forever. During this entire process, the former sect master of the mystic moon cavern had withdrawn countless weapons, and even the gods within his body had charged out, but they were unable to stop all of this. There was a difference of a realm and a layer of heaven between them, but Yifan had succeeded in killing an immortal and surmounting a realm. Yifan stood silently in the sky with his black hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were clear, and his robe was clean. He had killed 2 experts without a single drop of blood on him. Let me go. The eldest disciple of the Leaf Fire sect, Du Chunkuan, spoke with a trembling voice. Yifan turned around and tapped lightly with his finger. Pooh! A bloody hole appeared on Du Chunkuan's forehead, and he died on the spot. You! The disciple of the mystic moon cavern, Liu Ro, revealed fear and retreated swiftly. Pooh! Yifan tapped again with his finger, and a bloody flower bloomed from the center of Liu Ro's forehead as well, and he fell to the ground. Don't kill us! The others trembled. Yifan didn't speak, and he just swept his divine perception towards the surroundings. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but in this blood-soaked northern region, some people had to be killed. The Leaf Fire sect and the Mystic Moon Cavern were the same as the Qingxia sect. They were sects in name, but they secretly committed great evil and plundered everywhere. In their eyes, human life was as cheap as grass, and their hands were stained with blood. Yifan used his divine perception to explore their sea of knowledge. He flicked his 10 fingers, and beams of light shot out, and strings of blood splashed. The grass and trees were stained with blood, and he floated past, leaving behind corpses. When Yifan stopped, the Qingxia sect was already lifeless. More than 70 people had died a violent death, and all of them were mercilessly beheaded by him. He sighed, stepped on the bluestone ancient steps, and walked away step by step. Killing was not a pleasant thing. No one was willing to stain their hands with blood, and no one was born heartless, but he had to make a move. Some people had to be killed. In the face of those who deserved to be killed, if one was soft-hearted, it would be equivalent to condoning evil. Yifan felt that he wasn't a bad person, and of course he wasn't a good person. How many evil people were there in the world? It was impossible for him to kill all over the world, and he could only do his best when he met them. Buzz! The leaf-fire divine furnace rose from the ground and flew over from the 13th green peak. It slowly became smaller, turning into an inch high, and appeared in the palm of Yifan. Its whole body was sparkling, and bursts of heat overflowed. Clang! The colorful mist floated, and the furnace cover was also taken by Yifan and sealed on the copper furnace. It was seamless and became one, shining and looked very exquisite. On the body of the furnace, there were some blurry engravings, which were not very clear. It may have been gradually erased because of the passage of time. Vaguely, one could see a sun and a few divine birds. The engravings were blurred and difficult to identify. Could this really be an imitation of the ultimate weapon, the divine sun furnace? Yifan's fingers turned golden, and he squeezed hard, but he still couldn't destroy the divine furnace that was only an inch high. After this battle, he felt the difference between different realms. If the opponent was one realm higher than him, he was already under considerable pressure as a mortal. If the opponent was 2 heavens higher than him, he would definitely be in danger. However, he saw his own potential and felt the extraordinary nature of the 9 secrets. If his realm increased, he would have nothing to fear. Yifan left the Qingxia sect and flew directly to the Sunset sect. He transformed into the appearance of the supreme elder of the mythical fire sect and killed his way in. At the mountain gate, he took out the leaf-fire divine furnace, and suddenly, flames rose to the sky, turning one of the celestial peaks into a sea of fire. Then, he put away the copper furnace and killed his way to the 7 Stars Pavilion. He used the leaf-fire divine furnace to release a monstrous fire, burning 2 celestial peaks, and floated away. Yifan didn't continue to pay attention. His sleeves fluttered, and he came to the mysterious moon cave, appearing in the former residence of great Emperor Wuxia. There were many stone cliffs, and not even a blade of grass grew. It was very desolate. In the most desolate place, there was an ancient cave on a broken stone mountain. Time flowed like water, and the void was like sound, as if the great Tao was flowing out. Yifan stood there with his hands behind his back, looking up at the 3 lines of ancient words on the cliff that were about to be smoothed out. The Tao is boundless and ignorant. The heart is elegant and unrestrained. Things are endless, and there is no wrong. The quiet, withered land gave people a feeling that the years were long and endless. The Emperor Jade in Yifan's hand was heating up in his palm, shining with a soft brilliance, and flowing out from between his fingers. Chapter 222. A gentle radiance flowed out from between Yifan's fingers, calming one's mind as if one was walking under the hazy moonlight. The Tao is boundless and incomprehensible. Yifan stood with his hands behind his back, feeling something in his heart. The Tao was formless and boundless. How could it be grasped? Who could say it clearly? After standing still for a long time, he walked to the front of the cave and touched the cold rock wall with his hand. The ancient characters that had been smoothed over time were very faint and would disappear forever in a short time. He used his finger as a pen to copy the 3 lines of words over and over again. His mind was focused on the ancient characters, trying to figure out great Emperor Wuxia's state of mind. Yifan forgot everything else and stood alone in front of the stone wall. His movements became slower and slower as he enunciated each word with force. Like the bright moon in a well, he was fixed in front of the ancient cave. Time seemed to flow in reverse. He seemed to see a figure covered in dust standing on the desolate earth. He wanted to walk forward but found that Wuxia had no end, and no way to get close. He knew that it was Great Emperor Wuxia. Yifan was immersed in an extremely ethereal state. His fingers slowly moved as if he was lifting a great mountain that was as heavy as the heavens. Unfortunately, he could not get close to the figure at the end of the independent world. He could not see great Emperor Wuxia. That was only a trace of an imprint erased by history. The Emperor Jade in Yifan's left hand became hotter and hotter. The cave gently swayed, and the stone surface cracked and fell off continuously. The ancient jade overflowed with splendor, flowing into the cave. Stone fragments swirled in the air and dust covered the ground. He stepped forward as if he was standing under the starry sky from hundreds of thousands of years ago. This Emperor Jade was not ordinary. It became increasingly misty and boiling hot, illuminating the entire ancient cave. It was as if a fragmented historical picture was unfolding before Yifan's eyes. An illusory figure was faintly discernible, flickering indefinitely. Gazing at the broken immortal path, I do not see the ancients before me, and I do not see those who will come after me. I stand alone at the top of the clouds. This was the imprint fixed by the Emperor Jade. The words of the great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago made one's heart surge. However, too much time had passed, and nothing could exist forever. In the end, the fragmented picture scroll scattered with the wind, and not much was left behind. As big as the ocean, as small as a speck of dust, all things exist. The voice stopped there. Yifan didn't move. His finger continued to carve words in the air. Just now, he felt an indescribable state of mind. There was a kind of emptiness that lasted until now. After an unknown period of time, his entire body shone with light, and all the pores on his body relaxed. He was like a jade man, untainted by even a speck of dust, as if he had received a baptism. After a full 4 hours, Yifan slowly regained his consciousness. He woke up from that inexplicable Tao rhythm. I must obtain the Wuxia scripture. He didn't hear the wondrous technique, but the remnant imprints still made him feel the charm of the great path. His spirit and body seemed to be bathed in holy light, receiving an indescribable baptism. With a rumbling sound, the rock wall collapsed. Yifan had no choice but to retreat. When he looked back, the ancient cave no longer existed. In the blink of an eye, it had already become a thing of the past. There was regret in his heart. Even though he already knew that the Wuxia scripture wasn't here, he was still a bit disappointed. The Emperor Jade was still shining, and it didn't dim. He knew that there was definitely something else. Stone cliffs stood in great numbers, and short mountains stood one after another. Immortal vines acted as a bridge, connecting one precipice to another. It was quiet and plain. Yifan walked forward, passing by stone mountains and walking towards the flowers and grass. He arrived at a secluded area. Who are you? The people of the mysterious moon cave were alarmed. Figures rushed over and berated one after another. Yifan arrived at the back of the mountain as if he was in an uninhabited place. His large sleeves fluttered, and the young disciples that rushed over were sent flying one after another. He held the ancient jade in his hand, and he relied on his senses to search forward. Hurry and report to the elders. Someone has forced his way into our mysterious moon cave. There is a powerful enemy that has invaded our mysterious moon cave's back mountain. Many people shouted, reporting to the sect's elders. Yifan floated past beautiful mountain peaks and arrived at a peaceful place. The back mountain was lush with vegetation, and there was a huge deep valley. After arriving here, the Emperor Jade became increasingly bright. It was extremely hot, and it wanted to fly out of his hand. This was an abandoned valley filled with junk. There were medicinal dregs, broken furnaces, rusted swords, and broken talismans. This was a desolate valley used to throw away things. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the vast valley was almost full. It was filled with the discarded items of cultivators, and the air was lifeless with turbid air rising into the air. This place... Yifan frowned, but he didn't hesitate too much. He shook his sleeves, and immediately, the junk flew everywhere. Broken copper and iron clanked as they fell into the distance. Taoist priest, what are you doing? An elder of the mysterious moon cave finally arrived. Yifan ignored him. His large sleeves moved back and forth, and the sky was filled with broken items. The valley was continuously cleaned up, and the Emperor Jade became increasingly hot. Pong! An elder rushed over and was slapped away by Yi Fan along with a large number of discarded items. Who are you? Why did you come here? A few elders flew over from the mysterious moon cave and landed around the valley. Yi Fan had already sealed the mysterious moon cave, so he didn't have any scruples and said, I'm the one who killed your sect master. What? The surrounding people were shocked. They hadn't received any news. They only knew that the previous sect master had stayed in Green Cloud sect and hadn't returned. Go and report to your current sect master. I'll take his life in a while. Yi Fan turned over the abandoned valley and continued his search. You are talking nonsense. The supreme sect master is powerful and has been in closed-door cultivation for many years. He rarely meets a match in this area. Yi Fan took out the Li Fire Divine Furnace and put the elders inside on the spot. With a flash of fire, they turned into black ash, and their names were erased from this place. The expressions of the others changed. This made them feel terrified. The elders didn't even have time to resist before they were killed. This kind of method caused everyone's calves to cramp up. In a state of panic, everyone fled cleanly. Yi Fan used the Li Fire Divine Furnace to refine the trash in the valley and finally cleaned it up. Clang! The ancient jade vibrated and shone even brighter. Yi Fan arrived at the bottom of the valley and started digging. He dug out a patch of black soil from the waste materials. Another imperial jade. He was overjoyed. There was a broken jade covered in dirt at the bottom of the valley. It was unknown how long it had been sealed for. Buzz! The two imperial jades met and radiated auspicious light. Yi Fan picked up the jade pendant on the ground. The dirt fell off and he placed them together. They reflected each other's radiance and were warm and crystalline. It's still incomplete. This is only 2 corners. I'm still missing 6 or 7 pieces. Yi Fan frowned. However, he didn't expect to gather all the imperial jades in one go because that wasn't realistic. The headmaster of the mysterious moon cave and the 8 supreme elders all rushed over. A great battle broke out. Unfortunately, this was a battle without any suspense. Yi Fan took out the Li Fire Divine Furnace. The flames crackled, and a mountain peak was melted. Magma surged and heat waves scorched the sky. Not long after, peace was restored to this place, and the 9 rulers were all killed. Yi Fan leisurely walked to the front mountain. His heart was like an ancient well. He killed 10 people with 1 step and flicked his finger again and again, ending one life after another. This was a massacre. One person killed more than 200 people. All those who had committed heinous crimes were completely wiped out by him, and their names were removed from this world. In the end, only 31 people were left alive. They really didn't do any evil and tried their best to oppose the plunder. Yi Fan opened the treasury of the mysterious moon cave. There was a total of 1,400 kilograms of origin source. It was comparable to that of the Qingxia sect. He unceremoniously put it into his pocket. He carefully flipped through the highest secret book of the mysterious moon cavern. Then, he tossed all the weapons to the living and left. These people were the future miners, but he couldn't tell them about it now. Before coming to the mysterious moon cave, Yi Fan had disguised himself as the supreme elder of the Li Fire sect. He took out the divine furnace and set fire to several peaks of the 7 Stars Pavilion and Sunset sect. In the end, the 2 sects went to the Li Fire sect to denounce them. There was a bloody conflict, but there was no real fight. The Li Fire sect had a total of 2 supreme elders at the 3rd realm. Yi Fan killed one of them, and there was still an expert guarding the sect. The experts of the 3 sects all agreed that the Li Fire Divine Furnace was taken away, and it wasn't the real Li Fire sect supreme elder who killed them. Unfortunately, even if they deduced all this, they couldn't change anything. In the next few days, Yi Fan defeated them one by one. He visited the Li Fire sect, the 7 Stars Pavilion, and the Sunset sect, eliminating them one by one. After getting rid of the 4 malignant tumors in this area, he obtained a total of 2 yuan fangs, weighing 6,600 kilograms. This was a huge harvest, but it was still far from what he needed. Every step forward required 10 times the amount. This meant that if he wanted to break through to the 3rd realm of the Tao Palace, he needed 10,000 kilograms of source, or 3 yuan fangs. Yifan felt dizzy. He didn't even dare to think about it in the past. Now, the source he needed could no longer be measured in kilograms, but in yuan fangs. He could imagine gathering 10,000 kilograms, but when he thought of the next number, 50,000 kilograms, he felt dizzy. If not for the Book of Origin, he felt that he could give up on cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to collect it. One could imagine that the next number would make even the sacred lands vomit blood. No one would be able to afford it. The green cloud, 7 stars, dark moon, sunset sect, and Li Fire sect only existed in name. They became Yifan's mines. His harvest was huge, especially when he found a yellowed book in the Li Fire sect. There was only one move on it, embracing Mountain Seal. It was extremely profound and inspired him greatly. Similar to the Great Seal of mountains and rivers, its power was strangely great, giving his battle saint technique another change. If I get another Yuan Fangs, I can advance to the third realm of the Tao Palace. Yifan was lost in thought. He was preparing to enter the Jade Pool. He wasn't worried about the 5 sects being destroyed. Small grotto heavens like the Li Fire sect, Green Cloud sect, and Dark Moon Cave could be said to be the lowest level sects in the northern region. Above them were medium-sized sects, large sects, super forces, and sacred lands. Unless it was a small force in a life-forbidden zone or a divine medicine garden, the super sects would need to support them as outposts. Otherwise, it would be hard to have any interaction with them. The northern region was so vast that even a cultivator would need several months to fly from one end of the northern region to the other. Some sects were tens of thousands of miles away from each other, or even millions of miles away from each other. In such a large area, the large forces would naturally be known by people. But low-level sects like the Li Fire sect and Dark Moon Cave were barely known by people. Only small sects of the same size in the area would have heard of them. It could be said that one was in the sky while the other was on the ground. The two were in 2 different worlds. Thus, Yifan wasn't worried that the disturbance here would attract the attention of any sacred land. The distance was too far. The sky in the sky wouldn't pay attention to an ant nest on the ground. Eastern Desolate had 7 life-forbidden zones. The southern region's Ancient Desolate Forbidden Zone and the northern region's Origin Ancient Mine were among them. In terms of mystery, the northern region's life-forbidden zone was undoubtedly at the top. It was originally a source mine, but it had become a land of death. Past holy lords never returned. It was named Origin Ancient Mine, meaning that it had existed before the creation of the world. It was hard to imagine how ancient it was. There was a type of legend that said that this ancient mine wasn't excavated by humans at all. It had already existed long before the human race came into existence. There was another type of saying that it was excavated by humans, but added the word immortal after the word human. This type of saying wasn't very well accepted, because it was hard to say whether or not immortals really existed. No matter what, this was a forbidden land. Even if you were the pride of heaven of a generation, you still couldn't return. It was unknown just how many heroes had died there. The most recent time was 700 years ago. The imperial lord of an undying imperial court in the Central Plains, someone who could be considered a great ruler of a generation, someone who sat on endless beautiful mountains and rivers, entered Origin Ancient Mine for some reason. However, he didn't even cause a ripple before disappearing. Outside of Origin Ancient Mine, a large area was almost completely occupied by various great sage lands. It was the most productive Origin mining area. Not a blade of grass grew in this area, a completely barren land. Outside of Origin Ancient Mine, on the endless reddish-brown earth, there was only a single city. Its name was Origin City. It was located within the range of the Origin mining area, built by cultivators. There were no mortals moving about here, most of them disciples of great powers, as well as people transporting Origin stones. Of course, it was still quite far from Origin Ancient Mine, at least 30,000 li away. Otherwise, no one would dare come. Yifan came to the city because he heard that Jade Lake Holy Lady still hadn't returned to Jade Lake, instead staying in this region to transport a batch of stone materials. Jade Lake Holy Lady is still here. If I enter Jade Lake ahead of time with her jade pendant, it might be a bit inappropriate. There is still quite some time before the Stone Appreciation Assembly. Apart from this, he also had another objective. He always heard about Origin Ancient Mine, really wanting to see it from the distance. Origin City wasn't that large, only a small city. It was completely built from reddish-brown boulders, quite famous. Most of the rice and other things needed by the various mining areas had to be purchased here. This was a transfer station. Not long after Yifan arrived, he already found out everything. Jade Lake Holy Lady headed for the border region of Origin Ancient Mine, and would only return after a period of time. At the same time, he learned that Yao Shi and Yaoguang Holy Child were also heading there. Of course, the so-called border region was at least 1,000 li from the true Origin Ancient Mine, so no one dared truly take the risk. Origin Ancient Mine. Just what kind of place is it? Yifan rubbed his chin, seriously thinking to himself. Zhang family's first ancestor, that Yuan Taoist master's greatest regret was that he couldn't enter Origin Ancient Mine. Even the great figures of a generation felt restraining fear, so he naturally didn't dare rashly enter. Watching from the distance, perhaps I can find out a bit about the situation. He believed that the past Yuan Taoist master definitely saw through something, which was why he didn't dare enter. He wanted to verify it with the Origin Heavenly Book, start to unravel Origin Ancient Mine's mysteries, see just what exactly was strange about it. Chapter 223. Origin City was small and old-fashioned. Rather than calling it a small city, it was better to call it a slightly larger town. No one could remember what era it was built in. The reddish-brown city walls were full of traces of the passage of time, many cracks appearing. As Yifan walked through the city, he could feel the accumulation of time, the ancientness of the passage of time. The stone slabs on the streets were all caved in from being stepped on, cultivators coming and going everywhere. Little brother, it's your first time in Origin City, right? Do you want to purchase Origin stones? Come take a look inside our stone shop. I guarantee that there will be a strange stone you like. Does little Taoist need good materials that were transported from the edge of Origin Ancient Mine? The goods are genuine. There is no harm in taking a look. There were many shops on both sides of the street, selling all types of Origin stones, enthusiastically greeting the cultivators coming and going. Yifan didn't dare look down on these people. Even though the shops were small, they all had quite the background, having countless connections with the great sage's land. He walked into a stone shop and chatted with the owner. The price of the stones here was ridiculously high. The stone shop wasn't large, just a single room that faced the street. There was only a red sandalwood shelf inside, on it only a dozen or so stones. Yifan was speechless. These stones were worth 10 times the origin source of the same weight. This is just too expensive. These aren't ordinary stones, but precious materials that are to be sent to the holy city. They are contaminated with origin energy. The owner introduced. With how expensive they were, what they were gambling on was already not origin source, but rather the even more precious things sealed within the stones. After comprehending the Origin Heavenly Book, Yifan's eyesight was extraordinary. He only chose a single piece of material, and then didn't take any more. The gains of gambling on stones here didn't make up for the losses. Things even more precious than origin source could only be encountered and not sought after, so how could he randomly see them? The reason he took action was just to get on good terms with the owner. Old bro, is there any way? I want to take a look at Origin Ancient Mine. He wanted to go to Origin Ancient Mine, but he encountered trouble. The mining areas outside Origin Ancient Mine were all divided up by the Great Sage's land. The other areas were still fine, but the regions near the life-restricted areas were difficult for outsiders to pass through. Yifan was not a descendant of a holy land. If there was no other way, a rogue cultivator like him would not be able to pass through those regions. I say, little brother, you absolutely cannot go to that place. Even the great sage lords couldn't do anything after entering. Shizai's master advised. Yifan smiled and said, I'm not going to throw my life away. I just want to watch from afar. I've long heard of Tai Chu's great name, yet I can't see him in person. Truly is a type of regret. The shopkeeper smiled and said, I completely understand. There are often young people like you who want to observe from afar, but in the end, they can't control themselves. It's as if they were summoned by a demon lord and walked into the depths of the forbidden area. Every year, many people go missing. Does that mean there's a way to get to absolute beginning? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Little Taoist, I advise you not to take the risk. Curiosity can really kill you. The owner of the stone house advised him kindly. I still have to ask old brother for help. I know the severity of the matter. Yi Fan insisted on going. Since that's the case, you should go look for someone called Old Blade Honcho. However, the price isn't cheap, it's quite a scam. The shopkeeper gave Yi Fan this piece of information. Then, he wandered around the stone city a bit, understanding what kind of person this Old Blade Honcho was. This was a local tyrant. Of course, he wasn't a ruffian among mortals, but rather a troublemaker among cultivators. His network in this region was quite extensive, and he accepted all types of business, such as escorting origin stones and even assassinations. Old Blade Honcho lived in the southern part of the city. There were only 5 short green-tiled houses that looked rather shabby. He didn't have the demeanor of an old tyrant at all. He looked more like a dutiful old farmer. His face was full of wrinkles. One of his hands was rough and calloused. He squatted on the ground, puffing on his tobacco pipe. It was impossible to see the depth of his cultivation. Really evil. Every year there are people who go to their own death. Old Blade Honcho mumbled with an almost inaudible voice. Then, he raised his head and looked at Yi Fan, saying, "Let's wait for a few days. Gather enough people before we go." "Old sir, are these all the business you accepted?" Yi Fan noticed that there were a lot of notices on one of the walls. "I'm a dutiful man. I won't kill people. These are all entrustment letters. I'm just a middleman. Those who want to take a job will come to me to accept the mission." Old Blade Honcho puffed on his tobacco pipe and said, "If you want to take a job, I can also help you contact them. As for the reward, I want to increase it by 20%. Yi Fan casually browsed through them, and his eyebrows suddenly jumped. Some of these missions actually involved him. He picked up a golden piece of paper, on which his appearance was clearly drawn. Just providing a clue would give him 100 kilograms of origin source, killing him would give him 500 kilograms, and capturing him alive would give him 1,000 kilograms. This was really a high price. They didn't hesitate to pay a heavy price to drag him out. The employer didn't hide his identity. It clearly wrote a large character, G. You motherf asterisk cur. Although Yi Fan was already mentally prepared, he still felt some waves. He escaped to the northern region, but the G family still didn't want to let him go, so they issued an arrest warrant. Yao Guang's people knew that he came to the northern region, so it was impossible that the G family didn't know about it. I think I've seen this kind of arrest warrant in other cities. Yi Fan probed. Old Blade Honcho puffed out a mouthful of smoke and said, "He provoked someone he shouldn't have. This kid won't live for long." Many people from the younger generation of the Ji family came, and there are also some youngsters from Yao Guang with them. Yi Fan didn't pay attention. He checked other commission missions and saw a few more about him, arrest warrants. Not only were there the signatures of the top young masters of the Ji family, but there was also an arrest warrant issued by a disciple of Yao Guang. Yi Fan learned the Great Void technique and burned the Ji family's great supreme elder to death, so this family wouldn't let him go. Why would a disciple of Yao Guang whom he had never met do this? He immediately thought of Yao Shi. It was probably her idea. "Arrest me. I'd like to see how you're going to drag me out." Yi Fan sneered in his heart. He cultivated the Book of Source Heaven and could change his aura, making it difficult for the enemy to find him. "I'd like to see the young masters." Yi Fan's strength had been increasing recently, and he was quite tempted to find some people to test his blade on. He didn't believe that everyone was like Ji Haoyue and Yao Guang's son. If they were young cultivators in the second or third tier of the Holy Ji Palace, he felt he could kill them. How strong is this Yi Fan? Why are they mobilizing so many people? Yi Fan asked casually. "I heard that he was a cultivator in the Sea of Reincarnation half a year ago. In such a short time, he shouldn't have changed too much." Old Blade Honcho blew out a smoke ring, stared at him with his muddy eyes, and said, "Are you interested in taking on this mission? I'll only take 15% of the reward. The rest is yours." "Okay, I'll take it. Please tell me the details. Half an hour later, Yi Fan left the southern district. How was it? Did you make the deal? Did you get ripped off by that old thing? When they passed by the stone house, the owner asked enthusiastically. I'll take 25 pounds of source stone and will leave in 2 days, Yi Fan answered. Although the price is high, I didn't rip you off too much. The owner of the stone house recommended. Buy a stone coat from me. It's an old stone skin peeled off from the source stone. It has the effect of warding off evil. Wild beasts roared, and a group of people rushed into the origin city. They were a group of young people, all of them looked to be in their 20s. Their mounts were extraordinary. They were 3 feet off the ground and rushed through the streets. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He was still pondering just now, but he didn't expect to meet people from the Ji family so soon. He didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble. 2 days later, Yi Fan arrived in front of Old Blade Honcho's shabby tile-roofed house in the southern district. There were already a dozen people waiting there. Most of them were young people. It's been half a month. The number of people is finally almost here. Old Blade Honcho held a tobacco pipe in his mouth and said, Let me make it clear first. I'm only responsible for leading the way. I'm responsible for my own life and death. If I'm really summoned into the old mine, it has nothing to do with me. These people already knew the rules. No one said anything else and only urged him to go on his way. Why bother? What's so good about an old mine? Every year, many people die there. Old Blade Honcho grumbled. Some people didn't like what he said and said, I say, old man, can't you say something more festive? It's as if you're cursing us to throw away our lives. All right, I wish us a safe journey. Old Blade Honcho didn't say anything else. For this mission, he never let others do it, always taking care of it himself. When they walked out of Origin City, Yi Fan saw those youngsters from the Ji family again. They seemed to be in a hurry, riding on their savage beasts as they galloped away. Even though those strange beasts' feet didn't touch the ground, the violent winds still stirred up quite a bit of dust and sand, making these people who wanted to enter the Origin ancient mine glare at them angrily. What is there to be so arrogant about? Do you really think this city is your temporary imperial residence? Shoo, lower your voice. Do you know who those people are? They are from the Ji family. They will bring about a great disaster. A few of the people who rushed out turned their heads around and glared at them. One of them revealed a hint of a sneer and said, Disaster comes from a loose tongue. Control your own mouths. They didn't stop and left as if they were flying. Truly too arrogant. What's so great about the Huanggu family? There were some people who were unconvinced, but they only dared to mutter in a low voice after those people left. Old Blade Honcho was worthy of having walked this path for several decades, actually avoiding the Holy Land's sealed region, following the secret path to enter. Everyone walked and stopped from time to time. 10 days later, they made their way through a large uninhabited region, passing through the boundless great desert. Old Blade Honcho brought everyone to the outskirts of the Origin ancient mine. They were already less than 1,000 li from the so-called Origin ancient mine's border. They arrived outside the legendary life-restricted region. We can only advance another 800 li, or else we will be in danger. You all must control yourselves, don't act rashly, and even more so, don't speak irresponsibly. Old Blade Honcho warned seriously. There was nothing here. The great earth was scarlet like blood, having been like this since the ancient times. Desolation was the eternal theme. Sand and gravel covered the ground. The occasional rocky mountain that could be seen was also scarlet like blood, silent like a tombstone. This place really is desolate. Not even a ghost shadow can be seen. Someone sighed. Don't speak irresponsibly. Old Blade Honcho angrily berated. Is there a need to be like this? There's nothing here. What's there to be afraid of if you speak irresponsibly? A youngster was very dissatisfied, believing that they were being overly cautious. Old Blade Honcho continuously muttered. No one knew what he was saying. At the same time, he bowed to the front again and again. Only then did he turn his head around and angrily glare at him, shouting, If you want to die, leave by yourself, don't follow us. Since I am the leader, you must listen to everything I say. Old Blade Honcho, aren't you going too far? We paid you the source. How can you have this kind of attitude? That youngster was unconvinced, coldly questioning. I can return the source to you, then you can leave by yourself. Old Blade Honcho indifferently replied. Forget it, let's all cool down. In any case, we are almost at the destination, let's all talk a bit less. Someone at the side advised. Old Blade Honcho coldly said, I am doing this for your own good. Speaking irresponsibly in this region can lead to death. Is it that serious? The people at the side didn't believe him. Old Blade Honcho coldly snorted and said, 3 years ago, because there was one person in our team who spoke irresponsibly. As a result, he provoked a big disaster. More than 20 people, in the end, only me and 2 others survived. So scary, what happened, the others? All died? A few more timid people carefully asked. No one knows what happened. At that time, all of us were blind. We couldn't sense anything, only heard blood-curdling screams. When we regained our spiritual sense, there were only 20 or so pools of blood on the ground. Old Blade Honcho calmly said, the vast land was a vast expanse of emptiness, 1,000 li of crimson, with no end in sight. Occasionally, sand and dust would roll up. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. All of them were skeptical. But the youngster just now obviously didn't believe him. He sneered and said, we are all cultivators. How could we be afraid of demonic ghosts? I believe that as long as we don't enter the forbidden area for life, nothing bad will happen outside. Pa! Old Blade Honcho threw a pouch of source on the ground and said, you can go. This is your source. You can't walk together with us anymore. Forget it. Everyone, don't talk irresponsibly. Let's continue forward. Someone advised. All right, I won't talk anymore. Okay? Seeing Old Blade Honcho's serious face, the youngster also felt a bit scared. Remember, no one is allowed to talk irresponsibly. Old Blade Honcho solemnly warned with a gloomy face. Chapter 224. The group of people flew at a low altitude, advancing into the depths of this great earth. After traveling for less than 100 li, they saw a few stone pillars one after another, some of them incomparably thick. It was unknown just how many years had passed, but they still towered over the great earth. From time to time, they would also see some vast foundations. Every single one of those stones was several meters in length, the foundations thick and wide, extremely astonishing. What kind of historical remains are these? If they are buildings, then isn't this a bit too grand? Is this the residence of giants? Someone said in shock. Look, there are some diagrams on this stone pillar, some strange creatures carved on them. They are truly sinister, even uglier than ghosts. Why are you speaking nonsense again? Old Saber Honcho became anxious, glaring at that youngster. Even this is a taboo. That youngster was also a bit angry. You have to know what kind of place you've arrived at. Origin Ancient Mine is even more inconceivable than you can imagine. Old Saber Honcho angrily berated, saying, 5 years ago, I personally saw 30 or so cultivators die a violent death in front of these historical remains, their blood dyeing Origin Ancient Mine red. What happened? The others were alarmed. I don't know either. I only saw from the distance that those people were evaporated, blood rushing into the sky, their bodies turning into ashes. Old Saber Honcho seemed to still have lingering fears. Let's go, let's continue forward. The others were a bit uncomfortable. Old Saber Honcho released a heavy cold snort, distancing himself from that youngster as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, not walking together with him. When Yifan saw this, he followed behind Old Saber Honcho, also leaving that fella. It was better to believe it than not. Everyone advanced several hundred li, already less than 100 li from the so-called border. Old Saber Honcho slowed down, saying, I suggest you all better not advance any further. Just fly high up into the sky. Use your divine abilities, and then take a good look. Isn't there still more than 100 li? Still within a safe range. Why aren't we advancing any further? Old sir, let's go another few dozen li. We can't see anything from here. All right. Old Saber Honcho replied. After advancing another 50 li, approaching the border of Origin Ancient Mine, he wasn't willing to continue no matter what. Walking another few dozen li isn't a problem. I still want to dig up a few stones at the border of Origin Ancient Mine. Who knows, my luck might be good, and I might even obtain a great harvest. What did you say? Old Saber Honcho's eyes were wide open, and his hair and beard were standing on end. He looked like a lion. After coming here, don't tell me you all don't want to bring back a few pieces of stone materials? If you can cut them out, wouldn't you all be able to obtain endless benefits? That youngster said. You! Old Saber Honcho did not say anything. He turned around and walked away. Sir, don't go. We still need you to lead the way, the others urged. He will kill everyone. Old Saber Honcho's complexion was extremely gloomy. I'm just telling the truth, Old Saber Honcho, you're being too cautious. The young man had been suppressing his anger, and at this moment, he could not hold it in any longer. Unbeknownst to him, a gale had already begun to blow. Sand and dust filled the air, and the sound of the wind could be heard from afar. Why is the wind blowing? The sun was shining brightly just now. So what if it's just a bit of wind? We are all cultivators. Why would we care about a gust of wind? Can you shut up? Old Saber Honcho glowered at the young man. With a dignified expression, he looked straight ahead. The red sand filled the air like a faint layer of blood mist. It approached from afar and enveloped everyone. Woo-woo. The sound of the wind was frightening, as if a malicious spirit was crying. The sand filled the sky, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Black whirlwind. Old Saber Honcho's complexion changed miserably. In the distant sky, a large number of shadows were approaching at lightning speed, forming a whirlpool. It was as if a dark cloud was pressing down from all directions. The red sand was covered by the black whirlwind, dyed black, and shadows were everywhere. What kind of ghost wind is this? Why is it coming from all directions? Everyone was shocked. All of them were restless. Woo-woo! The black whirlwind rolled the sand all over the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. The ground was pitch black. The whirlwind had color, and it created a big whirlpool. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. The body of the young man who always opposed Old Saber Honcho seemed to be cut open by a sharp blade, leaving a big pool of blood on the ground. His whole body was crushed in the black whirlwind. Yifan's eyes immediately stood up. He sensed a terrifying aura from those black whirlwinds. He used his divine sense to observe, but he did not see anything. The center of each black whirlwind was pitch black, as if it could swallow everything. Ah! Another person was crushed by the black whirlwind, and he only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream. Even now, Yifan was a little scared. He did not expect that coming to the absolute beginning forbidden area would be so dangerous, and he could easily lose his life. At this moment, saving his life was the most important. He took out the cauldron made of myriad origin energy and hid inside. Then, he used the Li Fire Divine Cauldron to collect the cauldron. Dang, dang, dang. The black whirlwind blew over like a sharp sword, slashing down on the Li Fire Divine Cauldron, emitting a sky-shaking sound. An incomparably dazzling radiance was emitted. The copper cauldron was sparkling and translucent, and the sun engraved on it shone with vigorous vitality and brilliance. Phoenix cries shook the sky. Several indistinct divine birds danced around the cauldron. Raging flames surged, igniting a monstrous fire. The black whirlwind whistled as it swept past. Several more people were crushed, turning into wisps of mist. Dang, dang! A sky-shaking sound rang out. Yifan felt as if a huge palm was violently slapping the copper cauldron, making him feel a terrifying power inside the cauldron. Is this really a black whirlwind? How can it have such power? He was bewildered, but he did not dare to take the risk. He could only hide inside and let the ear-splitting sound outside. In a trance, Yifan seemed to hear heavy breathing, as well as the sound of a huge body stepping forward. The earth seemed to be trembling slightly. Is it a black whirlwind or some kind of creature? After an unknown period of time, The wind outside stopped. The world calmed down, and no special sounds could be heard. Yifan put away the cauldron made of myriad origin energy. He did not want others to see it, or it would cause great trouble. Then he flew out of the Lee-Fire Divine Cauldron and landed on the ground. What surprised him was that the copper cauldron was not damaged. Although it was full of holes, it was slowly recovering, as if it would be restored soon. This weapon is strange. Yifan knew that this was definitely not the real Divine Sun Cauldron. An extreme Tao weapon could even kill almighty beings. It was countless times more terrifying than this, and it was impossible for it to be dented. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the Lee-Fire Divine Cauldron recovered. It possessed an indestructible ability, which made him deeply shocked. How could a normal weapon have such a miraculous performance? It was difficult for him to determine what level this copper cauldron was. The copper cauldron turned into an inch tall and looked like a multicolored crystal. It appeared in his palm. Yifan did not put it away and held it in his palm to defend himself, ready to use it at any time. The scenery before his eyes changed greatly. He did not know where the black wind had blown him to. Rocks were strewn everywhere, and red sand was everywhere. Not far away, there was a figure standing. Old Saber Honcho silently held a tobacco pipe in his mouth, his brows deeply furrowed. In addition, there were 7 people unconscious on the ground. They were not killed by the black whirlwind. What is going on? Where are we? Yifan asked. Looking into the distance, the surroundings were spacious and extremely quiet. This was a great blood-colored plain dotted with a few large rocks. I'm afraid we have entered the Origin Ancient Mine. Old Saber Honcho heavily spat out a mouthful of smoke. Impossible! Yifan was shocked. Don't worry. We did not fall into that divine mine. Old Saber Honcho's wrinkled face squeezed together. He paced back and forth a few steps and said, Everyone says that the restricted area of Origin Ancient Mine is several hundred li in circumference. Some say several thousand li. Most of us are in the restricted area. How could it be like this? Yifan frowned. The 7 people who had fainted on the ground woke up. Their faces were deathly pale, all of them filled with endless fear. Even the great sage can only return to the red earth after entering. Won't we die here? The faces of the people who had just woken up were full of despair. They walked towards the Origin Ancient Mine. Naturally, they won't be able to return. Like I said, this region is extremely large. We did not enter the central region. Perhaps there is still a chance of survival. Old Saber Honcho gazed at the distant horizon. Really? The chances are a bit slim, but there is still some hope. Similar things have happened before. Some people have walked out alive. What is that black whirlwind? Yifan asked. I don't know either. Old Saber Honcho shook his head and said, In this restricted region, there will often be some special winds. The black whirlwind can already be considered the mildest. The 9 of them continued on their way. Old Saber Honcho determined a direction based on his intuition, and then took the lead to walk forward. Sir, you have to remember the right path, or else we might directly walk into Origin Ancient Mine. A survivor said while trembling with fear. Old Saber Honcho didn't say anything, directly leading the way. Even though they weren't truly standing in front of Origin Ancient Mine, they still didn't dare fly. There were all types of legends regarding Origin Ancient Mine. It was said that even birds couldn't cross, but those who leapt into the air would definitely be wiped out. After walking for more than 10 li, an enormous ravine stretched horizontally in front of them. Extending for several li, Yifan frowned, carefully observing it, a chill running down his spine. He never expected to really see this type of landscape. It was completely the same as what was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book. Don't go down. He saw a cultivator try to look into the ravine, wishing to stop him, but it was already too late. That cultivator standing at the edge of the ravine, in just a split second, all of the blood in his body evaporated, turning into a streak of scarlet light. Entering the ravine, his body disintegrated into scattered ashes. How could it be like this? The others turned pale with fright, all of them backing up, their faces completely pale. That person only took a few more steps than them, yet he immediately turned into ashes. Seeing this with their own eyes made their scalps go numb. Even old Saber Honcho's expression changed. He sensed danger ahead of time, but he never expected it to be this terrifying. This was simply a demonic land. Chills continuously ran down Yifan's back. This restricted region was too terrifying, completely exceeding his imagination. They were far from that divine mine, not even entering the central region. Yet they already saw this type of legendary landscape, making him couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. This huge ravine was long and vigorous. Looking carefully, it was shaped like a crouching dragon. It was so similar that it could be passed off as the real deal. It was as if there really was a dragon sleeping here, crushing the great earth, forming this type of great ravine. It was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book that this was a great vicious land, the legendary Fire Dragon Tomb, a place where dragons were buried. Yifan had previously carefully studied those words, but he didn't know if it was a place where true dragons were buried, or if it was a place where dragon veins were buried. He still hadn't comprehended them, because those ancient texts were too difficult. According to what was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book, Fire Dragon Tomb definitely had a divine source, definitely an exceptional treasure within the source. However, there was also a strict warning that one had to avoid Fire Dragon Tomb upon encountering it. Unless absolutely necessary, they definitely couldn't dig it up, or else there would definitely be a great disaster. Origin Ancient Mine. What kind of place is it exactly? Yifan found it hard to calm down, great waves surging within him. He saw this type of landscape from the outside. It truly was hard to imagine what kind of mountain and river terrain that ancient mine surroundings were like. Let's make a detour. Do not approach the great ravine. He seriously reminded. Correct, this is a death trap. I feel like no matter how many powerful cultivators enter, they will all die. Old Saber Honcho nodded, his expression serious, expressing his agreement. The 8 of them unanimously agreed to make a detour around the dragon's head. They walked several li, and then finally arrived at the dragon's head. It was vivid and lifelike as expected, as if there really was a dragon corpse lying on the ground. This place. Old Saber Honcho frowned, his innate spiritual perception making him shudder inwardly. Not good. Hurry and retreat. Hurry and leave this place. Yifan felt his fine hairs all stand on end. In front of the dragon's head was an extremely small lake, its circumference only a dozen or so zhang. It was a bright red expanse, the water like blood, making one's heart tremble. Even if it was a normal person who saw this, they would still be shocked. There wasn't even a blade of grass growing in the desolate restricted area. There shouldn't be any water, so how could there be a lake like this? Meanwhile, when it entered Yifan's eyes, it became even more extraordinary. His entire body went cold. Fire Dragon Tomb was already terrifying enough. If this blood lake was added on, then it would be a great disaster among great disasters. Based on what was recorded in the Heavenly Origin book, this was a dragon's blood, rarely seen in this world. There was a blood divine source buried here, almost impossible to obtain. Touching it would result in death. Fire Dragon Tomb and dragon's blood. These types of landforms were linked together. If they were touched, even the Eastern Wasteland's matchless divine kings wouldn't be able to escape disaster. Chapter 225. Learning from the previous example, everyone quickly retreated far away from the lake, fearing that they would perish here. After retreating for several hundred meters, the 8 people looked back. The more they looked, the more frightened they became. The blood was like smoke, rising in spirals like strands of malicious spirits. The lake was less than 100 meters in circumference, but it was so red that it made people's hearts palpitate, so beautiful that it was suffocating. That pool of water seemed to be able to swallow the world. What kind of lake is this? Why is it so frightening? One of them was trembling, not because he was timid, but because the atmosphere here was really not right. Facing the blood lake, it made people involuntarily tremble. Far away from the fiery dragon grave and dragon's bloodbath, standing on higher ground, the others also saw the abnormality. Looking at the Great Rift Valley and the blood lake, they immediately recognized their shapes. This is AF** King Dragon that's spitting blood. How can there be such a terrain? A person cried out in fear, his body drenched in cold sweat. It was really too similar, it could be said to be the work of the gods. This kind of mountain and river terrain seemed to be meticulously carved out. It did not look like a natural product at all. Several cultivators were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing such a terrain, they were a little dazed, but more afraid. Yifan looked at the sky. The sun was setting in the west. The sunset glow was sprinkling down. His expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "We still need to retreat." In the Book of Origin of Heaven, it was recorded that the fiery dragon grave and dragon's bloodbath were the most terrifying when day and night alternated. Seeing Yifan like this, the others all changed their expressions and ran madly behind him. After running for several li, the setting sun brushed past the horizon. When it was about to sink, a horrifying muffled sound rang out. The great crevice was shaking, and the blood lake's water was rising. It rushed out of the ground and surged into the air. The 8 lucky survivors had high and low levels of cultivation. The weakest one was at least 1 li behind, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The 7 people looked back and saw him flying backwards, pulled by a mysterious force, directly falling into the blood lake, disappearing without even making a ripple. The others were scared out of their wits. They did not dare to fly. They ran like the wind, chasing after Yifan and old Saber Honcho, who were about to disappear into the horizon. Yifan didn't stop until he was more than 10 li away. The people behind him arrived one after another, all of them sweating profusely. It wasn't because they were tired, but because they were scared. "If I can choose again, I will never come to this damned place. Even if you give me a Genesis mountain, I will not be tempted," said a young cultivator with a sobbing tone. The others also felt sorrowful in their hearts. All of their faces were snow white, and they seemed to be filled with regret. This absolute beginning forbidden area is too unusual. We're still very far from the ancient mine, but we've already encountered such a demonic land. If we had recklessly advanced just now, I'm afraid we would have all died there. One of them said with a trembling voice. That's an extremely ominous terrain. A true dragon coughing blood. Old Saber Honcho's face was solemn. Sir, have you heard of it? Yifan was surprised, but his face was calm. I think, little brother, you know more than me. If it weren't for your reminder, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many of us left. Old Saber Honcho glanced at him. I'm just relying on my intuition to sense the danger. I don't understand it. Sir, please explain it to us in detail. Yifan asked. I'm not very clear either. I've only heard a few words. Old Saber Honcho shook his head and said, I don't know how long ago it was. I think it's at least 7,000 or 8,000 years or even 10,000 years. In the past, someone had discovered such a terrain in the northern region. At that time, it was unknown how many people had died, and many of them were the big shots of that era. In the end, a Yuan Taoist master came into being and solved that kind of mountainous terrain. However, he paid a huge price and almost lost his life. In less than half a year, that Yuan Taoist master had mysteriously disappeared. Why must they break through this kind of mountainous terrain? Could it be that there's something down there? One of the cultivators was very sharp. Of course, otherwise who would go and die? Old Saber Honcho stopped talking and didn't say anything else. Yifan sighed in his heart. Both Fire Dragon's Grave and Dragon's Bloodbath contain the source of God. There were at least 2 pieces, and they were just a dozen or so li away. Unfortunately, he had no way to get them. This was the first time he clearly sensed the source of God. If he had world-shaking battle prowess and completely comprehended the Book of Source of Heaven, perhaps he could come here and give it a try. Right now, he could only concentrate. Being able to walk out of here alive would be the greatest success. The sky was dark. The group of 7 walked very slowly. Even though they weren't weak, they didn't dare to walk too fast. They all looked around and carefully observed the terrain for fear of accidentally entering a dangerous place. This was because Fire Dragon's Grave and Dragon's Bloodbath were definitely not the only mountainous terrain. There were definitely other demonic lands. Old Saber Honcho, are you sure this is the path to the outside of the restricted area? Why do I feel like we're walking towards an ancient mine? A cultivator said while trembling with fear. The setting sun had already disappeared. The sky was dark, without the moon or stars. A faint mist rose from the boundless crimson land, making it difficult for people to distinguish their direction. Old Saber Honcho also frowned. The more he walked, the more he lost his sense of direction. This was like a maze. Everywhere was quiet, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Red sand and stones covered the ground. When one lightly stepped on them, caca sounds would be released. Under this quiet and spacious night sky, the sound would travel extremely far. The 7 of them didn't dare act carelessly, all of their feet not touching the ground out of fear of startling something. It was because there were too many legends regarding Origin Ancient Mine. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they completely lost their sense of direction, as if they entered a maze. The sky became darker and darker. Mist curled about. At first, it was like a thin veil fluttering about, but in the end, it became thicker and thicker, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. I say, we can't go anymore. A cultivator stopped his footsteps. His heart was pounding as he said, I just feel like the direction isn't right. I also have this feeling. This doesn't seem to be the way out. Another person chimed in, his eyes revealing fear as he said, if we walk towards Origin Ancient Mine, then we really won't be able to call for help even if we cry for help. Everyone's minds were heavy. They lost their way, unable to find their way back. This absolute beginning restricted area was equivalent to losing half their lives. Old Saber Honcho remained silent for a long time. He sighed and said, we have no choice but to go. Otherwise, I'm worried that some things might happen. We definitely can't go any further. Otherwise, we might really end up stepping into the ancient mine. At that time, we won't have a chance to regret it. Let's just wait until tomorrow's sunrise. Stopping isn't appropriate. This place makes one go crazy. These individuals all had different viewpoints, starting to argue. Little brother, what do you think? Someone asked Yifan. Old Saber Honcho also looked over. Let me think about it a bit. Yifan was worried, finding it difficult to calm down. He just felt like this region was strange. When he raised his head, he couldn't see the stars or moon, everything dusky, as if a black cloth covered the sky. When he looked into the distance, he couldn't see the great earth, only mists rising and falling. It was as if they were stored in a box. This was extremely similar to the ghost mist recorded in the Heavenly Origin book. Humans could stabilize mountains, rivers, and dragon veins, locking down divine source. On the other hand, evil source could also seal heaven and earth, trap people to death. The rising ghost mist was a great omen. It was very likely that they had entered the demon land and would be sealed here. If the source locked people, it was the most dangerous, a fatal trap. Yifan cursed. After learning the Heavenly Origin book, he still hadn't searched for the source to lock meridians, but he didn't want to be sealed instead. Ghostly mist filled the air, and killing intent was hidden within. Once triggered, everyone would immediately turn into a pool of blood. Could be said that the gates of hell were already open for them. Now, he finally understood why there were only 5 Yuan Taoist masters in the northern region since ancient times. The dangers they had to face were too terrifying, and this profession almost never had a good ending. Everyone were in big trouble. Who can go back the way we came? Everyone's hearts were heavy. They were most afraid to hear this kind of news. This place is like a maze. We've long lost our sense of direction. How can we find our way back? I did leave some marks, but unfortunately, when I turned around to sense them, I found that I'd lost contact with them. Old Saber Honcho sighed. Yifan felt a chill in his heart. Being trapped and killed by the evil source was very difficult to break out of. It was almost a dead end. He didn't have the ability to lock meridians in this life, but he was going to be sealed. This really made him feel angry. He was probably the most unlucky disciple of the Yuan Taoist master in history. Yifan squatted down and drew on the ground as if calculating something. He said, "There's still a chance of survival. We haven't entered the central area, only the edge. There's only ghost mist and nothing else. Maybe we can get out." "Little brother, what are you talking about? We still have a chance of survival?" Little Taoist master, we're all depending on you. You have to think of a way. Everyone gathered around. Yifan looked at them seriously and said, think carefully. Everyone draw a map for me. According to your feelings, draw out the areas we've passed through. The others felt the seriousness of the situation and didn't dare to delay. They squatted down and drew on the red sand. Sure enough, as Yifan expected, everyone's map was very different. It was like they didn't walk together but came from different directions. Yifan put the 7 maps together and seriously pondered. Occasionally he would stand up and measure the area within 100 zhang, walking from one position to another. Only after an hour did he let out a long sigh. They still hadn't fallen into a dead end. He thought of a way to get out of this predicament. However, when he stood up, he was stunned. Not far away sat 7 figures. Including him, there should only be 7 people. How come there was one more person? Who is that? Hearing him shout in such a low voice, everyone was shocked. 5 figures stood up and quickly dodged, leaving that place. Swoosh! The 6th figure rushed up. It was as fast as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the thick fog. Its trace was indistinct. Even its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Everyone's face was pale. Cold sweat flowed down. In a short moment, their clothes were all wet. What was that? They couldn't see it clearly. One of the people's teeth were chattering. His whole body was trembling as he said, I vaguely saw it. It wasn't a human, it was covered in beast fur. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. That thing with beast fur was sitting not far away from them, but it was completely unaware. This made everyone terrified. What happened to him? There was one person who hadn't stood up all along. He was sitting on the ground like a weathered stone statue. Several people stepped forward and arrived in front of him. None of them didn't change their expressions. It was truly a tragic sight. This person's skull had been opened. The brain inside was like tofu pudding, white and sticky. Most of it had been swallowed, leaving only a small amount. Chi! Old Saber Honcho pointed his finger. A 7-colored rainbow shot out, piercing into the thick fog. There, a shadow quickly disappeared, rushing into the depths of the darkness. Several people rushed over together and found a small puddle of brain with 2 strands of black beast fur. It was obvious that the brain was dripping from the creature's mouth. It belonged to the dead person. Only the beast fur belonged to the unknown creature. Let's leave this place and ignore it. Yifan took a step forward. The most important thing right now was to leave this maze. There was a divine source buried underground. If they stayed here for too long, they might not be able to leave. Chapter 226. The mist became even thicker. As a cultivator, they couldn't see anything beyond 100 meters. The mist contained a strange power. The boundless earth was completely swallowed up by darkness. Little brother, do you have any methods? Can you really bring us out? Taoist priest, we're all relying on you. If we can get out alive, I'll set up a longevity tablet for you. Trapped in the absolute beginning forbidden area, no one could remain calm. They were all restless, surrounding Yifan's side. Do you have source on you? I need it to change the terrain of the mountains and rivers. Yifan asked the other 5. Old Saber Honcho didn't say anything, directly handing over a dozen or so bags. Each bag contained 25 kilograms of source, precisely the remuneration he received. Seeing him like this, the other 4 also opened their bags, gathering another 300 or so kilograms. None of them were ordinary people, or else they wouldn't have spent 25 kilograms of source to come to absolute beginning ancient mine. Is it enough? Old Saber Honcho asked. Yifan also took out 250 kilograms of source, saying, It's barely enough. Don't force yourself, we still have more. When they heard him say this, they gathered another 300 or so kilograms. This time they were completely out. Yifan took out 108 flags, carefully carving them, carving mysterious patterns one after another according to the Origin Heavenly Book's records. He wanted to use offense as defense, stabilize the earth's veins, seal the divine source, and forcefully open up a path. Of course, he understood that with his current strength, it was impossible to stabilize the divine source. Unless he completely comprehended the origin heavenly book, he was still far from it. However, he still had 20% confidence in changing the terrain within a small area. He prepared to beat the grass and startle the snake, frightening away the psychic evil source. 2 hours later, only then did Yi Fan finish carving 108 flags. Then, he warned the others in secret, saying, "Stay by my side, do not leave no matter what." Hearing his warning, apart from Old Saber Honcho, the other 4 were extremely nervous. Pong! Yi Fan inserted a large flag into the ground, using his finger as a blade, carving a starry sky diagram around the flagpole. Then, he embedded a dozen or so kilograms of source within. Is this really effective? One of them was doubtful, he couldn't see anything. Look, the mist around the flags has become much weaker. Another one was more attentive, sensing this change. Everyone was overjoyed. Yi Fan quickly arranged everything. He didn't dare to tarry for fear that something unexpected would happen. Not long after, he had already planted more than 10 banners, fluttering in the mist. The area immediately became much clearer. The fog was forced away, and the scenery was no longer blurry. Chi! Not far away, light blossomed. The starry sky chart under a large flag was extremely bright, exceptionally eye-catching in the night. Not good. That creature is trying to pull out the flag, someone cried out in alarm. Kacha! A huge flag was broken, and a hazy figure flew over, twisting and breaking a huge flag. Kacha! In the distance, the second flag was broken and fell to the ground. All that could be seen was a furry silhouette that flashed and disappeared. What should we do? The moment we set up the flag, it immediately destroyed it. Old Saber Honcho knitted his brows. This is bad. This is bad. Yi Fan's heart sank. He already had a premonition that this creature had a great background. Now, he was even more certain that this was a spiritual creature that protected the divine source. What should we do? The others asked. We must not injure it. Yi Fan warned solemnly. This was only the most peripheral spiritual creature. According to the heavenly book of source, this was the lowest level guardian. There must be something sealed inside this divine source. There was most likely a living, terrifying creature inside, or else there wouldn't be such a powerful spiritual creature protecting a king. Normally, the powerful spiritual creatures would all be in deep sleep, leaving only the weakest to protect the divine source. If this one was injured, it would definitely alarm even more terrifying creatures, and they would definitely be unable to deal with it. A divine source with a living body sealed inside. It is definitely a treasure among divine sources. We can't really be close to the origin ancient mine, right? Yi Fan muttered. He was truly troubled. This divine source was protected by a spiritual creature, so he probably couldn't carry out the so-called beating the grass to scare the snake. Not to mention the thing inside the divine source, even a tyrannical guardian would jump out and wipe them all out. If the Yuan Taoist master encountered this kind of situation, what would he do? Yi Fan muttered to himself, thinking for a while. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Fan inserted all of the great banners into the same spot, engraving a large star diagram, embedding a full 500 kilograms of origin. Everyone, we only have one chance. Yi Fan transmitted sound. In a while, the mountains and rivers here will shake. The dense fog will be broken in an instant. The time is very short, and if we can't escape, we will undoubtedly die. What he said was the truth. In a while, there would be an earthquake here, and it might startle out some even more tyrannical spiritual creatures. If they couldn't rush out, they would be completely locked in here. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I am about to take action. Yi Fan threw the last 50 kilograms of origin into the star diagram's central region, immediately embedding it inside. In that instant, radiance rushed into the heavens, tearing apart the black fog, and starlight scattered down from the sky. This place shook violently. More than 100 great banners burned fiercely. The 500 kilograms of origin on the ground turned into endless essence energy, cracking the great earth. The star diagram that was carved corresponded to the celestial bodies in the sky, drawing in specks of star power. The ground shook violently. Let's go! Yi Fan was the first to rush out, and Old Saber Honcho followed closely behind, fleeing for their lives into the distance. Behind them, there was a low roar, as if something was awakening. Miserable screams could be heard, and a rain of blood swirled in the air, but they didn't look back, and all of them rushed forward with all their might. Not long after, Yifan and Old Saber Honcho both rushed out, followed by 2 more people. They didn't dare to stop for even a moment, and directly ran towards the fiery dragon's grave. The fog behind them surged, and that area was once again sealed. Only when they were close to the fiery dragon's grave did the remaining 4 people let out a long sigh of relief. That place was too strange. Looking from afar, the clouds were surging, covering everything, and the light couldn't pass through. Outside, the moonlight was bright, and stars filled the sky. The color of the night was like water. Fortunately, there's dragon's blood here, or else we'll be in big trouble. Yifan and the others stood by the small blood-colored lake and discovered that no creatures were chasing after them. The thing sealed in that piece of divine source must be very terrifying. Yifan rubbed his chin and understood one step further. Even if he became the Yuan Taoist master, he might still have to pay with his life if he didn't do well. One day, when I'm strong enough to comprehend the book of Source of Heaven, I'll definitely dig you out. Yifan looked at the dense fog. It had only been a few hours, and he had already discovered 3 pieces of divine source. This absolute beginning forbidden area was indeed mysterious, and he really didn't know why it was like this. Let's go, let's quickly leave this place. Although there's nothing alive here, this dragon rift valley and the lake of blood are enough to make one's hair stand on end. One of the surviving cultivators suggested. Yifan nodded. Although it wasn't the time of day and night, staying in front of the fiery dragon's grave and the dragon's blood was still very dangerous. They took a detour for dozens of miles and avoided the area of fog from afar. They concealed their own auras, afraid that they would attract a disaster. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and its pure white radiance sprinkled over the red earth like a thin mist. This scene was extremely tranquil. It didn't look like a terrifying forbidden area at all, but more like a quiet moonlit night suitable for a stroll. Can we get out of here alive? According to our position, we should be heading out, but why do I feel like we're approaching the absolute beginning ancient mind step by step? I also have this uneasy feeling. 2 of the 4 said the same thing. Yifan was also bewildered, and said, there seems to be an indescribable strange power that's giving us a misconception. Old Saber Honcho was also uncertain, and said, could it be that the power of the ancient mind is summoning us, leading us onto the wrong path? It was difficult for the 4 to find a way back. They climbed up a high ground and gazed into the distance. It's over. We're all going to die. Heavens, humanoid creatures, forbidden deities. The 2 cultivators' teeth were chattering, and their arms were pointing in the same direction, trembling. When Yifan and Old Saber Honcho heard this, they turned around and looked forward. They were also petrified on the spot. It was hard to say how far away they were. There were 3 figures standing on the horizon. Even though they were far away, they could still make out their indistinct outlines. The moonlight was like water, the boundless great earth peaceful. The figures on the horizon were extremely hazy, a bit indistinct. It was clear that the other party also noticed the 4 of them. One of them released blazing radiance from his entire body, dazzling and dazzling. He stood on the horizon like a golden sun, but also like a deity. The other person had a tall and slender figure, clothes white like snow, long hair fluttering about, as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens, giving off a feeling of emptiness. Sparkling light flickered about. As for the one in the middle, he was plain and hazy, indistinct and unreal, giving off an extremely illusory feeling. These 3 figures stood in the life-restricted region. The more they looked like deities, the more it made one's hair stand on end, feeling waves of horror. After walking through the night for an entire lifetime, I finally ran into a ghost. Old Saber Honcho sighed with emotion. He had been in and out of absolute beginning ancient mind for several decades, always feeling more scared than hurt, but right now he felt that things didn't bode well for him. The distance was just too great, He couldn't see the other party's appearance at all. However, that type of deity-like halo was enough to explain everything. Yifan's mind was also beating like a drum, saying, "Let's run!" The other two were sobbing, their legs and stomachs cramping. There were too many legends regarding absolute beginning ancient mind. When they encountered this type of situation, they felt like there was no way out. A humanoid creature that is like a deity. They definitely arrived at the center of absolute beginning ancient mind. Yifan was the first to move, walking down from the high ground. When he couldn't see those three figures anymore, he lowered his body, and then began to run. Even though old Saber Hancho looked old, his legs were extremely nimble, not much slower than Yifan's, also running as fast as he could. The bodies of the two in the back were shaking, frantically crawling as they chased after him, fleeing for their lives. Yifan ran several dozen li in a single breath, and only then did he stop. Old Saber Hancho wasn't that far behind, also stopping here. Only after a long time had passed did those two catch up. The two's bodies were like sifting chaff, sitting down on the ground. It wasn't because they were exhausted, but rather because they were scared. Taboo. We encountered this type of thing. The two's words were unclear, their entire bodies drenched in cold sweat. It didn't come to take our lives, why is that? Old Saber Hancho was doubtful. The four of them were a bit confused. If they encountered a deity-like creature here, it was the same as being declared dead. Even the various great sage lords couldn't escape. Being able to live is always a good thing, we should hurry and leave. Yifan urged. No matter what, they couldn't advance from that direction anymore. The four of them collected their thoughts, changing directions to search for a path of survival. After walking for roughly 2 hours, they all felt that something wasn't right. We are approaching absolute beginning ancient mind. Yifan and old Saber Hancho spoke at the same time. Pressure, alarm, grief rippled over from up ahead. This was a type of emotion that made one lose control. They used their divine eyes to look into the distance, only seeing that at the limits of the great earth, endless starlight scattered down, like a stream, falling onto the ground. The starlight that filled the sky converged into a river, a vast expanse of whiteness, flowing into the limits of heaven and earth. The mysterious fluctuation came precisely from that place. It was definitely absolute beginning ancient mind. The four of them came to the same conclusion, their hearts thumping madly. Perhaps the distance between them wasn't more than 100 li. Since ancient times, Eastern Wasteland's Holy Lord, Central Continent's Emperor, as long as they entered, not a single one had ever returned alive. Just now, those three deity-like existences didn't take action against us. Don't tell me it was to force us into absolute beginning ancient mind. Chapter 227. The moonlight was like water, and the earth was empty and quiet. The red sand beneath their feet, the boulders that were several hundred zhang away, and the stone mountains that were even further away were all covered by the misty moonlight. Yifan, old Saber Hancho, and the others didn't have this kind of tranquil state of mind. Right now, they were definitely close to origin ancient mind. As they stood on the blood-colored sandy ground, their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. The two cultivators named Li Deshing and Chen Huayuan were trembling and almost couldn't stand straight. Their hearts were filled with fear. Origin Ancient Mind was one of the Eastern Wasteland's 7 great life-restricted areas. Its ferocious name spread throughout the world. Since ancient times, too many terrifying things had happened. Who can save us? I really don't want to die. How can we escape from here? Old Saber Hancho, do you have any idea? Taoist priest, can you find a way out? Their voices were trembling, and their faces were as pale as paper. They were already less than 50 kilometers away from the origin ancient mine. Once they reached this range, they would probably be doomed. Why are you panicking? We haven't entered the divine mine yet. Aren't we still 80 or 90 kilometers away? We can still make it if we retreat quickly. Old Saber Hancho shouted in a low voice. Didn't they say that encountering Tai Chu means certain death? We have almost seen it. Is there still a way out? The two of them looked at Old Saber Hancho as if they were grasping at a life-saving straw. They looked at Old Saber Hancho nervously and hopefully. That is because we are close to Origin Ancient Mine. We are still far away, so we have a chance of escaping. Old Saber Honcho didn't want to say anything more. He turned around and ran away. He couldn't stay in this dangerous place for too long. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to live for long. Yifan also turned around and left. He ran after Old Saber Honcho. He felt that recently he was really unlucky. He just wanted to watch Absolute Beginning from afar. He didn't want to be blown by the black whirlwind. Li Desheng and Chen Huayuan's complexion was deathly pale. They chased from behind. The two of them were already confused. They had lost their mind and could only passively follow Old Saber Honcho and Yifan. In one breath, Yifan, Old Saber Honcho and the others ran for 50 li before they stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. But immediately after, their countenance changed again. That's not right. How can we still look at Origin Ancient Mine? Old Saber Honcho cried out in alarm in a low voice. Yifan also felt that something was amiss. He activated his divine eyes and looked into the distance. At the limits of heaven and earth, the starlight was like water, a vast expanse of whiteness. It fell onto the ground, converging towards a single place. Without a doubt, that was Origin Ancient Mine, and it was still less than 80 to 90 li away from them. Uneasiness, fear, anger, grief, and all sorts of other emotions rippled from afar, almost affecting them just like before. How could this be? We've clearly fled for 25 kilometers, so why hasn't the distance changed? We clearly ran in the opposite direction, Chen said. Saber, we Saber, and we ran. We were run, we, run, we, run. This result made everyone's hair stand on end, and the four of them lost confidence in their hearts. Aren't we still alive? Keep running. Old Saber Honcho's voice was deep and low. Grabbing his tobacco pipe, he ran as if he was flying, and in the blink of an eye he had already dashed several hundred meters away. Yifan couldn't be blamed for being cowardly. Since the ancient times, it was unknown just how many holy lords had fallen here. Compared to them, the two of them really weren't enough. Yifan also felt apprehensive. This situation was a bit similar to what was recorded in the latter half of the Origin Heavenly Book. Unfortunately, that part was too profound, not something he could understand. After running for 50 li, they had just stopped. They discovered that it was the same as before. They still didn't run, still running around Origin Ancient Mine. It really is inconceivable. I just can't understand it. Old Saber Honcho was a bit stupefied. When he ran, he discovered that he was leaving Origin Ancient Mine. Once he stopped, he discovered that he was going around, and not going further. He squatted on the ground. He fished out his tobacco pipe and began to smoke, his brows deeply furrowed. Old Saber Honcho, you still have the mood to smoke? Li Desheng said sullenly. Hurry and think of a way. Chen Huayuan was worried. He sat on the ground, gasping for air. Yifan was now sure that it was definitely the situation recorded in the latter half of the Origin Heavenly Book. Divine Spring formed, field energy, distorting space and interfering with time. This type of situation was the most terrifying. It wasn't done deliberately, but rather naturally produced by Divine Spring. It was almost equivalent to changing the rules and order of this world. Right now, their situation could still be considered good, not entering a dangerous region. Otherwise, if they touched upon the unknown laws of heaven and earth, it might result in destruction. Taoist priest, did you see through something? Li Desheng looked towards him hopefully. Chan Huayuan also moved over, saying, Little brother, if you can think of a way to bring us out, I will definitely reward you generously. I only saw some clues. This place is too complex and profound. Yifan spoke the truth. The field energy that appeared to disturb this world was because there was more than one piece of Divine Spring. The Origin energy interacted with each other, naturally producing it. However, if there were other factors, then it would be hard to predict unless the Yuan Taoist master personally came. The Origin Ancient Mine contains Divine Spring. It has most likely already gained intelligence. Old Saber Honcho sighed at the side. If that's the case, then it's even more troublesome. It can evolve into a killing situation on its own, giving rise to unpredictable and terrifying consequences. Yifan frowned. What was worse was that these were all speculations on the surface. No one knew what was actually there. Let's continue running and see if we can find a way. Yifan stood up. He wanted to measure this area. Just like that, the four of them started running again. 2 hours later, Li Dixing and Chen Huayuan were almost foaming at the mouth, paralyzed on the ground. They didn't know how many 50 li they had run, but they still couldn't get far. How could this be? The two of them were panting heavily, on the verge of collapse. There shouldn't be a living being sealed in the divine spring here, right? Old Saber Hancho muttered to himself in an inaudible voice. Yifan was silent. The probability of this happening was very high. Moreover, the sealed race must be extraordinarily powerful, adding another variable to this place. I heard people say that a Holy Spirit was born in the ancient mine. Even a great eastern wasteland's divine king would die after entering. There is another saying that there is an immortal race inside. Li Dixing and Chen Huayuan also sat on the ground and spoke like this. After running for such a long time, they were drenched in sweat. They were already no longer that scared. These sayings were all on the surface. No one knew the true secrets. All of these legends could completely be considered a primer. According to the later records of the Origin Heavenly Book, one could derive more than 10 times more terrifying speculations. Yifan had only studied a small portion of the Origin Heavenly Book's later stages. Through what he saw before his eyes, he already felt endless reverence towards Origin Ancient Mine. This was already the case when he first saw the primer. He hadn't seen through the true clues yet. According to his speculations, even if he completely comprehended the Origin Heavenly Book, he still might not necessarily be able to understand Origin Ancient Mine's main text. This place might be far more terrifying than he had imagined. There was likely a shocking secret. Otherwise, why wouldn't even the true Yuan Taoist master dare enter? The Zhang family's first ancestor could be considered a genius of a generation, yet he was helpless, never daring to enter Origin Ancient Mine his entire life, viewing this as his life's greatest regret. Could it be that we really are going to die here? Li Dixing and Chen Huayuan's expressions were ugly. When they saw that Yifan didn't say anything, they thought that there was no way. Death might not necessarily be the case. Yifan stood up and said, "In another few dozen li, we'll have already made a circle around the ancient mine. We should be able to figure out a bit of the situation." What he felt reverence towards was Origin Ancient Mine, but he didn't approach that place. There was still 80 to 90 li between them. He felt like he might be able to find a path of life, have a way to break through it. After all, this was the border, not the true core region. After running for another 20 or so li, they returned to their starting point as expected, arriving at the starting point. Taoist priest, I can tell with a single glance that you are a noble, a genius in this field. You have to think of a way. When Yifan heard Chen Huayuan say this, he couldn't help but become speechless. The so-called noble was just digging grandpa, another form of address for Yuan Taoist master's disciples. The people of this profession dug mountains and caves when they grew up, roaming about the great earth, never seeing the light of day. Those who dug up origin veins were jokingly called digging grandpa. Taoist priest, digging grandpa. Have you figured out a way to escape? Li Dixing also asked nervously. There is a way, but we need to take a risk. What kind of risk? Old Sword Hancho took a puff of his pipe and asked. This time we need to advance several li towards Origin Ancient Mine. We need to better understand this place's field energy, and only then will we have a way to escape. Yifan said calmly. Digging grandpa? Have you gone mad? Chen Huayuan immediately jumped up, incomparably excited. Who would throw away their lives towards Origin Ancient Mine? Even those sacred masters only fought with their lives on the line when their lifespans were about to run out. Yifan drew and calculated on the ground, not even raising his head as he said, only by continuously measuring like this can we understand the situation, find a way out. All right, let's do it like this. Old Sword Hancho took a deep breath, knocked the tobacco pipe on the ground, and then stood up. For the sake of caution, we will only advance 5 li, don't go too far. Yi Fan took the lead and walked forward. Li Desheng and Chen Huayun had long faces, extremely unwilling, but they didn't dare stay here alone. Right now, they could only rely on this digging grandpa. When they stopped 5 li in, they were shocked to discover that the earth had retreated with a schwa sound. This is... Even Old Sword Hancho jumped in fright, his fine hairs all standing on end. They had clearly only walked 5 li, but after stopping, they immediately went 10 li in. The starlight converging towards Origin Ancient Mine could be seen, like a vast expanse of white waterfall in front of them. Taoist priest, you are going to kill us, Chen Huayuan said in alarm. Don't worry, let's go back the way we came. Yi Fan was also very surprised. The rules and order of this place were very distorted. It was easy to enter but difficult to leave. In a short 20 li, the 4 of them struggled for no less than 2 hours, not even going back, but constantly going around. If not for Yi Fan engraving special patterns on the road according to the Book of Origin, they wouldn't have been able to walk out at all. The imprints left by Old Sword Hancho and the others were all obliterated, mysteriously disappearing. Only the traces of the original heaven pattern left by Yi Fan still remained. Why do I feel that we didn't walk in a straight line at all, but rather left and right turns, and took many detours before coming out? Old Sword Hancho was puzzled. This is caused by the natural field energy produced by the divine spring. Fortunately, we are only at the edge. There are no complicated changes occurring here. We can still be considered lucky. Yi Fan answered. Can we escape? Li Desheng asked urgently. We still have to probe from many directions. Otherwise, I don't have the confidence. We still have to try. Chen Huayuan was nervous. Do you have a better idea? Old Sword Hancho gave him a sidelong glance. In the next 2 hours, Yi Fan probed a few more times. Among them, the last time was the most dangerous. They actually advanced 30 li in one go. Even Old Sword Hancho's face turned pale. At this moment, they were already less than 50 to 60 li away from the Origin Ancient Mine. They could clearly see the silver river flowing down from the sky. The pure white radiance completely submerged that place, appearing gentle and holy. What is that? Yi Fan was shocked. The Origin Ancient Mine was underground. It was impossible to see, but everything in the sky could be reflected in their eyes. There were some dazzling things rushing out from the ancient mine, bobbing up and down. The starlight in the sky formed a river, falling down like a waterfall, but those things were even more dazzling. One moment they rose into the sky, the next moment they sunk into the ground. It might be the divine spring. Old Sword Hancho squinted his eyes, shooting out 2 sharp rays of light. Divine spring. Yi Fan was shocked. It wasn't wrapped by the rock skin, devouring the starlight. Could it be that those springs had developed intelligence? There was definitely more than one. There were 4 or 5 specks of light bobbing up and down, and this was only what he could see. I saw corpses. Li Desheng's lips trembled, his face turning green. What? Where? Yi Fan was shocked. In the sky above the Origin Ancient Mine, bobbing up and down, sometimes submerging into the ground, sometimes rising into the starlight. Li Desheng trembled. Nonsense! Old Sword Hancho rebuked. There is a mysterious power in the Origin Ancient Mine. Even I can't see it clearly, only some specks of light. How can you see it? My left eye is an innate underworld eye. I can occasionally see some special things. Li Desheng was incomparably frightened. The left eye is underworld eye. Old Sword Hancho was shocked. Yi Fan was also shaken. He had heard of this kind of eye before. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was innate. It could see through the underworld. Hurry and speak. What else did you see? Yi Fan and Old Sword Hancho urged at the same time. Those corpses continuously rose, entering the starlight, and then slowly sunk, entering the great earth. There were quite a few of them. Li Desheng was almost sleep-talking, his face devoid of color. He couldn't see anything else, to the extent where he couldn't even see the divine source. His cultivation wasn't high enough. His left eye could only occasionally see the underworld. According to what he said, Yi Fan and Old Sword Hancho could already imagine the scene 60 li out. Origin Ancient Mine. Within the silver waterfall that poured down from the sky, corpses were bathing in the pure and holy starlight, rising and falling. This scene, just the thought of it made them shiver inwardly. What exactly was going on? Apart from this, there were specks of light, as well as other things rising and falling they could vaguely see. No wonder even the great figure of a generation, Zhang family's Yuan Taoist master, didn't dare enter Origin ancient mine. Yifan said to himself inwardly. This place was too mysterious. Wang. Suddenly, a wave of tremendous suction force erupted from Origin ancient mine. The starlight in the sky was immediately sucked dry. The entire sky pitch black, so dark one couldn't even see their own fingers. On the ground, it was as if there was an enormous black hole that could devour everything.